28th meeting of our SEAC, the Special Education Advisory Council. It is good to see you, and this is a beautiful location. I've never been here at the Bishop Center before, so I want to thank whoever is from Bishop Center here for allowing us to meet here and be great to host. The first order of business I'd like to do is to have our roll call, and then we will begin. Just want to take a moment to thank Kayla Love for all the work that she does setting this all up. Getting all our tech in order, and I know that we have a number of people that are joining us online as well. So thank you for being here.
Jennifer King. Here. Marvin Miller.
Here.
Troy Fitch. Jennifer Kaczynski. Jennifer Kerr.
Here.
Brandon Gay.
And Jennifer
Here.
Kaczynski was here.
Yep, here on Zoom.
Whitney George.
Here.
Lena Kisner.
Here.
Rebecca Schultz. Sabrina Rischel. Brooke Moore.
Here on Zoom.
Chris Raffett. Lindsay Graff. Here. Jose Canelio.
Here.
Charity Porter. Jessica Lopez.
When you get there for the speech, you get to speak in.
Yes, I did. Ex officio members, Jim McNeese,
Present.
Leslie Gerard. Here. Mike Burgess. John Harding.
Here.
Ashley Inns,
Here on Zoom.
Luann Barron. Idalia Schumann. Bert Moore,
Here.
Brian Dempsey,
Here.
Stacy Clark. Here. Alicia Nichols. Harry Hay. Good morning. Dean Zients
Yep.
and Krista Grimmer. Here. Is there anybody I missed?
Special guest Woody Baldwin.
We do have a quorum.
Beautiful. Thank you. We can get some work today. Let's go right into this today. We have some approvals that we'll need to look over. First thing I'd like to do is have you take out your agenda for today's meeting. Review it, and then I will entertain any things that we may need to move around, or a motion to adopt this agenda.
Marvin, not hearing any changes at this time, I would have moved to approve the agenda as presented.
Okay, so I have Lindsay Graff moving to approve the agenda as presented. Do I have a second? King with a second. All in favor, say aye.
Aye. Aye.
Do we have a poll that we want to do for that?
There is a poll for
There
this
is a poll
one.
for that. Is there anyone opposed? Okay, that, I think that's a yes approval.
Yes.
So we'll take that, thank you, okay. The next thing, what we'll do is take a couple minutes to look at the minutes. We have to go back and approve the minutes for April 13th. And then July 27th, so let's take a look at both those and we'll approve them individually, starting with April 13th, but I'll give you a few moments to look that over.
Marvin, this is Lena, and unless someone has changes, I would make a motion to approve the minutes from the April 13th meeting.
Thank you, Lena. We have a motion to approve the minutes. Do I hear a second?
This is Lindsay Alford.
Okay, Lindsay will second the approval of motion to approve the April 13th minutes. Let's go ahead and put up a poll as well. Thank you, Caleb. And everyone in the room, if you agree, say aye. Opposed, same sign. Caleb, you can let me know when it's. Okay.
Okay, no opposals.
Okay, thank you. So, April 13th minutes have been approved. Let's go on to the next one, and that is the July 27th. Minutes for those of us that were at the leadership council back in July.
I just wanna, this is Lindsay, and on the details page, it has July 26th. So I just wanna.
Does anyone know, was that meeting on the 26th or 27th, because you had a calendar, 'cause I don't remember that far back.
The 27th is correct.
Yeah, Marvin, this is Lena again, and I would make a motion to approve the minutes with the amendment to correct the date.
Okay, thank you, Lena. I have a motion to approve the minutes for the correction of July 27th. Do I have a second?
I'll second that.
Jennifer King will be a second on that. Thank you, Jennifer. So let's go ahead and put that poll out. All in favor of approving the July 27th minutes with the correction? Say aye. Opposed, same sign.
You have no opposals online either.
No opposers online. That means that has been approved. So thank you very much, everybody, for getting through that. Okay. Our next item on the agenda is chair-elect elections. As you may recall, I was scheduled to be the chair-elect in we had a member have to drop out, the chair had to drop out, so I became chair or accepted that position this year. So that means there is now a chair-elect position who would serve, on our, leadership team as we plan meetings and get ready for next year, so that they would take over as chair next year. Bert, I'm gonna turn it over to you, because I think you may know a little bit more of who may want to be in this role, or we can open it up.
Yes, do we have anyone who wants to be the chair elect? Or anyone that wants to nominate a chair elect? Speak now or possibly be elected.
Always the first.
Anyone online?
Hey Bert, this is Lena. I'm happy to do it, but I'm also happy to share that responsibility with another member if someone else would like to do it.
And being that Lena already spoke up, this is Lindsay, so I'm just gonna second exactly what she said. There's no, I'm good with whatever, but I'm happy to help as well.
So we have two candidates, is that correct? So far, Lena and Lindsay?
Yes.
Throwing your name. Anybody else interested? Wayne, no one gets hurt in this process, right?
No, and you're got it right on track.
Do we have a motion to cease the nominations for chair elect? Takes a voting member to request to cease the nominations.
Jennifer King, I'll make a motion to cease the nominations of the chair.
Okay, we have Jennifer King making a motion to cease the nomination for chair elect. We have two nominations, Nina Kisner and Lindsay Graff. Do I have a second to that motion to cease the nominations? Okay, thank you, Jose. Cornell will be second. We'll go ahead and put up a poll. This is to cease the nomination for the position of chair-elect for this term. All in favor, say aye. All opposed, same sign.
Online, if you'll vote.
This is voting to cease the nominations.
I think Barb has been, who's been voting, so I think you have everybody.
Okay. Okay, with that, the nominations are now closed. So we have two people who have been nominated, Lena Kisner and Lindsay Graff. And how shall we?
Well, I think you just have to vote in the order of the nomination, so you would start with Lena and have a vote for Lena, and then you'd have Lindsay, so I'm not sure, Wayne, how would you?
You can do it either way. I think probably since having two, if you guys are all right with not being an anonymous, you know, just ask for the votes by each by person.
The roll call. Okay. Let's go ahead and do a, first of all, before we take that, Lena, and then I'll give Lindsay a chance. Do you want to speak to this nomination? And for those that may not know you that are in the room or online, can you just give a little background of who you are, where you work, how long you've been involved in SEAC, you know, something brief under an hour.
Oh, sure. Well, do you want me to start with maybe reviewing my dissertation I just completed? Do we have time for that, Marvin?
Right.
So I'm Lena Kisner. I'm the director of the Reno County Education Co-op. And I have been in that role. This is going on my 8th year as the director there. This is my 2nd year on SEAC. I'm also the current president of the Kansas Association of Special Education Administrators. Most importantly, I'm a parent of a child with a disability, learning disabilities, and then 2 other children who do not have educational disabilities. So I was a school psychologist prior to that. Just been real active, in advocacy with Casey and in leadership. I'm a mentor with the Kelly Mentor Program for new special ed directors. I just think that the work we do on SEAC is important for the entire field of special education. And as a parent, I certainly appreciate, having the opportunity to be a part of this group as well. So I'd be happy to answer any questions, but I'll just keep it brief.
Thank you, Lena, and let's go ahead. Lindsay, do you want to share?
Yeah, I can keep it super brief because I didn't prepare my speech for today. Lena's great, so I also, again, just willing to help out in any way I can. But I am the special ed director for Coffee County. This is my 6th year in that role. I also served 2 years as an assistant director for Keystone Learning Services. Prior to that, I was a special education teacher. And then I've done some other things in education, but in terms of special education, that's my background. I also am a parent of a child with a disability, whom I adopted almost 2 years ago now. So it's been a fun turn of events. I did not just finish a dissertation, so I'm not as well versed in, but I do want to send a congratulations, that's for sure. This is my first official year on SEAC. But I did attend a few meetings towards the end of the last school year. So with that being said, I am a part of Casey as well, and just want to help them serve the profession wherever I can. So
Thank you, Lindsay. Thank you both for being willing to serve. I am convinced that whoever's not elected for chair-elect this year will probably be elected chair-elect next year. So keep that in mind.
Didn't we do that for you, Marvin?
I stepped out to the restroom, came back, and all of a sudden I was in that position. So
I recall Trish was gonna be chair. We elected Tobias to be the chair-elect. And then we also had Marvin that we said would be chair-elect the following.
We got bumped up.
yeah,
And now he got bumped twice.
Except the past chair position, I've been dragging on quite a while.
Jennifer's been past chair for, I think, 10 years now.
It seems like, because everything keeps moving.
okay. Let's see, how many voting members do we have here, Caleb?
11.
11 voting members.
Have we only have one here in the night. 4.
There's 5 online and 4,
6 online.
6 online.
Well, somebody wasn't voting in the other polls.
A couple of people have gotten bumped out and came back in, so.
Okay, that makes sense.
Excuse me, but I didn't vote because as an ad hoc member, the board member from the state board doesn't have a vote.
That's correct, but from the poll that we took for membership to check in, Kayla had 6 online members check in.
Would you be so kind as to maybe list who is supposed to be voting?
Yes, please. Do that.
Okay. So our membership is the one that's supposed to be voting, not ex officio members or KSDE staff at all that are present. So it'd be Jennifer King, Marvin Miller, Troy Pitch, Jennifer Kaczynski, Jennifer Kurth, Brandon Gay, Whitney George, Lena Kisner, Rebecca Schultz, Sabrina Rischel, Brooke Moore, Chris Raffett, Lindsay Graff, Jose Cornelio, Charity Porter, and Jessica Lopez.
And of those who are present online and here.
Jennifer King, Marvin Miller, Jennifer Kaczynski, Brandon Gay, Jennifer Kurth, Whitney George, Lena Kisner, Brooke Moore, Lindsay Graff, Jose Cornelio, And miss anybody else? That looks like that's it. We might have. 10, there's 10. Not 11, I miscounted, sorry.
That's what I was thinking. 6 and 14.
And that is a form.
Yes.
We need 9. We have 4 positions.
Okay, so. Are we okay with it being a non-anonymous vote?
On mine it is, but maybe not, and this is just us and everyone.
Okay, so let's, can you prepare a poll question, Evie?
Yep.
Okay,
Marvin, this is Lena. Can I ask a clarification of how many votes? Because it would be my preference to abstain from this vote.
okay, that means if there's 10 people that are available to vote, and if both abstain, there'd be 8 available to vote,
That's correct.
which means you need 5 to win.
That's correct.
Okay, so what we'll do a first vote, and then if we need to do a second vote, we'll do a second vote. So, we're putting up a poll right now, Lena Kisner's and then Lindsay Graff's names are on there, you can vote online. And then here, if you want to vote for Lena Kisner, raise your hand. That was a demonstration, not raising your hand. No hands have been raised here. Lindsay Graff, raised her hand. We have 3 votes for Lindsay Graff.
She has 3 votes online too.
And she has 3 votes online. That means there's 6 votes for Lindsay Graff to be chair-elect.
And 3 to 6.
And so we will close the elections. So Lindsay Graff gets to be our chair-elect. Congratulations. Lena Kisner, you're probably chair-elect next year, just giving you a heads up.
Okay, no worries.
I appreciate your willingness, both of your willingness to serve. And both of you will do great, whatever you do, so. And if you just finished a dissertation, take some time off. I needed a year to recover.
We got Casey also, that's what it was.
Yeah, so,
I did it.
well, thank you, for that, and, Lindsay will get together later with Bert and let you know what you really just signed up for, so. Okay.
Tell you after the fact.
That's- that's it. Very good. We have, thank you for that. We have, public comment time here, in just a minute, so I'm gonna go ahead and open that up a moment early. Do we have any written public comment that came in or any requests for public comments?
No.
Yeah. Is there anyone here that would like to give public comment? Is there anyone online who wishes to give public comment? Hearing none, I'll take that as a no. You want me to wait just one more minute in case someone comes in, since it's on our agenda at 9:25?
Well, from that talk in mind, it is 9:25. I
Okay.
think we can move on, and if someone does come on, we can interrupt and let them provide comment. So you have a list of open positions. Okay.
So, thank you. Yes, Kayla, so, let's go ahead and move to the open SEAC positions. There are plenty of, other SEAC work to do besides being, chair-elect. So, part of that is, one of our responsibilities is to help search out people who would qualify to join us on SEAC. There are several open SEAC positions. There is a process to get people on. Some of you, all of us have gone through that process at some point. So Kayla, please let us know what that list is. Thank you.
Okay, so we currently have 4 open positions. That is the representative for the State Juvenile Corrections Agency, a representative from a state agency responsible for foster care of children. And then we also just have 2 positions, for one position for a parent of a child with a disability and a position for an individual with a disability.
Kayla, can you remind us of the process of if someone is interested, how they can apply?
Yeah, I have included the link on this presentation and we are putting it on our SEAC webpage as well. So you go to the link, it sends you to a Google form to fill out. It'll ask you a couple questions. Like which position you're applying for and specifically like which board region you're working for. And then we'll gather up all of those. And then there is a membership committee that gets together and reviews all of the applications. And then if they fit in the criteria of the board regions and the 51% rule of the disability rule that we have, then they'll get voted in to be a part of it, and we'll send out letters of approval and it'll go through the state board for their approval as well.
Thank you, Kayla. Do we know, is there any board region currently not represented? Well, that's highly desirable. Our number one priority is to have people who actually have family members or experience with disability. But we do try to make sure every state board region is covered, either through work or through where you live. Some of the smaller board regions, people live in one and work in another.
And we do count both. We count where they live because we had an issue come up several years ago where a candidate worked in one region but lived in another, and then we asked them where they worked, and that's what we had been using. Well, then we changed to including both. So we include where they work and where they live. So sometimes that gets us the representation we need.
We currently have all board regions covered at the moment.
Okay, so one of our responsibilities as ZAC members is to not just rely on the listservs who did this out, but please pass this around your different community groups, your interest groups, your districts, your areas, and any connections that you might have with any other state agencies or juvenile corrections agencies or anything, because we always tend to have several positions outfilled, but when we have that, we are missing distinct voices. Our mission is to meet the unmet needs, and if we don't hear all the voices, we could easily miss some unmet needs. So we want to hear all the voices. So please help us out. I know Families Together probably puts this out as well. Most groups do. So continue doing this and thank you for this, because we'd like to get them on board as soon as possible.
Marvin, Carrie, what's the question?
So Marvin and Kayla, so is there an email that members have that they can easily then forward to their constituents about this?
I can get one sent out to all of membership, so everybody has it and can send it out.
I think that would be really great because especially like that for the individuals with a disability role, like I talked to someone about that and then, she's just she wants lots of information about it. And so I just think having that as opposed to having her search something out would be really helpful.
And we want to make sure, I believe part of the mission of this group is if we have someone with a disability, we have had people with this individual with disability come on board before. Many times they may need a caregiver to come with them. Many times they may need accommodations because of travel issues. We can do that, right?
We've done it in the
Yeah, we've done it in the
past.
past, so we want their voices, so, we don't want anyone to feel like they are limited by anything that they cannot be involved, and we want to give as much information as possible.
But I also appreciate that, and that's a great idea, because, I do have some foster care connections, and so I don't know if I can pull someone, but I will try, so that would be great.
Well, thank you. Moving right along, then we're a few minutes ahead of schedule, which is good. We are going to move into a little orientation section. We covered a little bit of this in our July meeting, but we had a number of people not here, so we'd like to go over it again. So Bert and Kayla, you guys are up.
And Wayne can add a voice to this too, if he feels so inclined. The right one. So what we found out is at the July meeting, we only had 7 of our members there. So we thought we'd better just do a quick review of this for those that were absent or those in their first year, so that you'd be aware of this. We are required to have a state advisory council. That's a federal requirement. They guide us on special ed and related services for children with disabilities. The members are representatives of the state demographics. They're individuals concerned with the education of children with disabilities, basically. And we include giftedness in the state of Kansas, which a lot of states don't. So just quickly go through this with you. Here are our SEAC membership areas that we try to fill, and you just saw the 4 positions that we have vacant right now. Other than that, these positions have been filled by someone seated currently on SEAC. The ex officio members, we feel this is important. These were added years ago, and we've added to the list, but these are the folks that we feel like if they can provide us input and we can have them available to be listening to our conversations, then they can help us to advocate for students with disabilities. So we've got the PTI, Disability Rights Center, Mike Burgess or Rocky Nichols usually joins us. School for the Deaf, hard of hearing, School for the Blind, visually impaired. We have State Board of Education members in McNeese. We also have the Casey Ashley Innes, who represents them. We have Idelia Schumann, who's going to be late today, but she represents the KNEA. Covers a lot of teachers in the state. And then if we could ever get them, a designee from the Senate Education Committee and the House Education Committee. We can't hardly get legislators to serve anymore in any of our committees internally. We have to have 51% of these folks that serve that either have a child with a disability from birth age 26 or have a disability themselves. So we're well above the 51%. And the membership committee, which consists of Jennifer King, Marvin Miller, and now Lindsay Graff, will have to select those members, and we always look at that person with a disability or have a child with a disability. So the representation, we try to get a wide variety of stakeholder groups, which Marvin expressed a few minutes ago, and we want to continue to do that because the more voices we have, then the more options we have to be inclusive of all in the state of Kansas. The advisory council, the primary role is advisory. I mean, we do have you vote and take action on different things to provide the special education department with information that we feel is critical for us to get out to the field because you have that type of voice. You inform, you counsel, you recommend, suggest, and guide. Here's how you exercise your advisory responsibility. We have priorities, we get your perspectives, we get your input, we have discussions, we provide you with resources. You give us objective advice, and then we can change what we're doing based upon what we hear from you. And there's a place for advocacy at the council meeting. And again, we have positions that we take, but at the same time, you're advising us. And that will help us lead the change for students with disabilities. Special interest advocacy, there are special groups like protection advocacy, disability organizations, professional organizations. We added those in as our ex officio members because we feel like they should have a seat at the table. So advisory council procedures, we're gonna have open meetings rule, which means anyone can attend. We have refreshments available and we want you to take advantage of that. We also have coffee and water up front. Those of you that walk by, you might have seen the canisters containing coffee and they have that big tub with water in it. So help yourself. Recommendations for advisory council. You work with me closely and with my team. We do an orientation like we're doing now. We're going to talk about council functions. We're advisory, not advocacy. And sometimes we get a little into the advocacy role because that's the nature of dealing with persons with disabilities, is being a strong advocate for them and their needs and their families, and discuss current issues and trends in the field of special ed. Recommendations, priorities determined by the state performance planning and performance review, which is basically on every agenda because it's a critical part of what we do and what we need stakeholder input for. We then have state levels of determination where we provide TA to agencies. OSEP provides that to us. We've met requirements. 13 years. Hopefully 14 coming up. That means that we don't get on someone's radar for corrective action, and that's a good thing. But at the same time, it's saying that we're doing the right things for the students in Kansas and the families. And that's important to me because we're service providers, but they're your children. These are the children that we're representing, and we need to give them the best that we can. We also then have a Part C connection, which I'm glad that Stacy's here representing SICC. Great opportunity to have her involved and engaged in our discussion, support SEA's improvement efforts, because we will talk about agencies from time to time, and then we use our bylaws. The big picture, just U.S. Department of Ed, flows to the Office of Special Ed, rehab services, which goes to OSAP, which then goes to TA projects. We're the state education agency. We have the CAC. You'll notice that for Part C, they have the ICC, and together we're supposed to be working in concert so that we can flow services from birth through age 21 here in the state of Kansas and beyond for post-secondary successful students. And again, I love this, keep the main thing the main thing. Let's focus on the target, which is our students first and not our own issues. Here's our general supervision that the federal government, we used to have 12 puzzle pieces because I remember that giant puzzle years ago. We're now down to 8. So this tells you what we're being monitored. When we talk about the differentiated monitoring system, these are the puzzle pieces we're actually discussing and talking to you about. Because this is what the federal government is going to come in and review on us this year. And they're coming in person in September of 2024. Your role will be critical and important because they will talk to you. They will talk to ex officio members. They're going to be very involved and engaged in trying to find out what Kansas does to serve students with disabilities and receive stakeholder input from families and from others so that we truly are a coordinated system. And we're not just an island that's doing our own thing without respect for what the state needs. And Brian, Dempsey, and Dean are very involved in the EMS system, and Carrie as well, because Carrie helps us with the SBP APR. She's a critical person in helping us at that function. She does indicator 17, and we'll talk some more about that later today. Here's those SBP indicators that we have to collect data on and report annually to the Office of Special Ed program. And again, it's on the agenda today, and I'm not going to get deep into it. The National ICC website, this is important that you understand there is a national website that any of you can go to and you can pull down any resources, or for example, Marvin and Lindsay being in leadership and Jennifer being in the past leadership role. There may be things you see there that you want to bring to the council and say, hey, could we get information about this or that or the other? So this is important that it is out there. It is available if we ever want to access it. Reimbursements. Kayla, you're going to talk about reimbursements so they understand what they need to do to get reimbursed for travel and the costs of coming to our meetings.
I kind of highlighted this in one of the emails I had sent out. So being part of the membership, we do reimburse you guys for attending our meetings in person. So we will need a W-9 on file for all of you in order to get that process through our fiscal department. So that'll be the first thing that we would need. If you don't already have it or you're unsure, please reach out to me and I can look it up for you. Or send you a copy to get one completed. So we do reimburse hotel stays if you are traveling from far away and have to spend overnight. We will only reimburse up to the county's CONUS rate. So here in Topeka, that's $98 plus the taxes and fees of that. And then if you are in town, we will not reimburse meal per diem for the day, since it's just a one-day meeting. We will reimburse any mileage or tolls that you have though. So I do have the travel expense vouchers, and I believe some were included in the notebooks that you guys received at the July meeting if you were there. Or I can send it to you electronically to fill out. And then when you send those back in, we do not accept an electronic signature. So if you send it in, you'll have to mail it in, or you can bring it to me in a meeting. Either one will work. Any questions?
And that per diem is paid in 6-hour increments. So let's say you left at 4 a.m. this morning to get to this meeting, that would be the first quarter. And then you're here for the morning, you're here for the afternoon, you don't get home until 8 o'clock that night. All of those would be quarters. They run from 6 to 12, 12 to 6, 6 to 12. So anytime within that time frame. And that's why it's important that you put down your time of when you left and when you arrived back home, which would be your normal arrival time, not that you stopped at that shopping for 4 hours or so, or whatever. Because our fiscal will ask questions of that. But that per diem, I think, is like $6 per diem. Is it now 6? It used to be. When I
It's something about around there.
Yeah, it's not much. We're sorry, but
Depends.
if you want to eat steak, but you're gonna get $6. That's just the way it is. But yeah, she has some forms, and you submit those forms, and again, they want the signature, but if you have not completed a W-9, then you need to let Kayla know so we can send you a W-9 if you can complete and submit. And unfortunately, except officio members, this is just for members only, so sorry about that. And there you go, meeting dates.
And just a reminder of our meeting dates for this coming year. So we already had our July, and this is our September meeting. So then our next one is November 30th. And we'll be back here at the Bishop Center or on Zoom from 9 a.m. to 3 p.m. And then our next one will be the afternoon of July 9th or January 9th, sorry. January 9th. From 1 to 3, and that'll be in Topeka at KSDE in room 509 there. And then we'll come back the next morning and we'll have breakfast with the board at 7:30, and we will start that meeting at 9 a.m. and we'll go till 3 for that one. And then we'll meet again on April 11th, again here at the Bishop Center and on Zoom.
And that breakfast with the board is pretty important. So we really like for everybody to be in person if possible. I know the weather can be preventative, but that morning of the 10th, we really had a really good conversation with the new board members because we had 3 new ones. So it's going to be important that we be there and we tell them what our issues are, what we're dealing with, and what our concerns are. And I mean, we do meet with them quarterly. Marvin and I just met with them not too long ago because we were on the agenda and we just went over what we were doing and what we were seeing as our work so far. And then we will go in January. We're supposed to present because we have an annual report for SEAC from the prior year that we provide to the board. Have it all done except for the typing up how it applies to all our areas and objectives. I've got all the key events that occurred and that were talked about at meetings, but now I need to plug them into the larger profile. It's takes me about a week to get it all organized and done, but it's well worth it. Any questions on meeting dates or orientation? We also have bylaws, and the bylaws just basically say we're gonna follow Robert's Rules of Order for how we run our meetings. That's why we did the vote the way that we did. And you should get a copy of the bylaws. Anybody in the room that did not get a notebook, we do have extra notebooks. So we just want you to be aware that we have that orientation in there. Anything else, Taylor, or are we finished with this?
No, I think we're good.
Thank you.
Oh, you're up again.
I think I am.
I don't have any slides for it.
That's all right. Don't need them. So the Tri-State Conference for CF leadership, and that would be for Marvin, Lindsay, and Jennifer. If they would choose to go to the Tri-State Conference, then we can support the cost of that attendance. You don't get much benefit by being a leader on CF, but that is one of your perks, is that we can pay for that registration and reimburse. Because again, everything's done on a reimbursement basis. Reimburse you for the cost of the conference, hotel, mileage, whatever. So I did want to make you aware of that. And in the past, I know it's not on here, but I did want to bring this up. We have had leadership go to the OSEF Leadership Conference in the past in Washington, DC. And that's typically in July or June. I think it's July, because it was always during our July Leadership Conference.
And it will be came back, right? From that one we had our last.
Harry and I both.
They both got to go and the rest of us were organizing.
But this year, if we are, oh no, we're staying the same this year on conference, right? It's next year we be switching.
No, we're
We're
switching in June for our
For this year, right?
KSDE
Right.
Special Education Leadership and Title Services. It will be in June. So there won't be a conflict with the date this year. But I did want to bring that to your attention. The rest of you are certainly invited. You can come. It's going to be on November, I believe it's the 3rd. I've got it up here.
We come back to the third.
2nd and 3rd, and then there's a pre-conference for lawyers that normally they get CEUs, they have to get CEUs, so they'll be there. I'll be there for that first day.
Ethics training.
Yeah, it's ethics and just some, I know Mark always provided an overview of information. And he was the one, he and Thomas from Iowa set that agenda up. And it's specifically for lawyers. But anyway, thank you. Want to make you aware of that.
Thank you, Bert. We're continuing running 10 minutes ahead of schedule, which is a good thing, so. Tell you what, why don't we take just a 10-minute refreshment break? We'll come right back at 10 o'clock and start discussing our statewide IEP meeting, so everyone online will just take a 10-minute break and move it back soon.
Thank you.
Harry, who is the ethics green? Is that ethics?
No, it's ethics for. Did you do what it is?
My daughter, was okay.
Okay, cool is that?
Where's she going?
Case Western Reserve.
Oh. I think I have a lot of.
Yes, it does.
I feel like I've done. So I really do that.
Kayla, can you hear me? This is the interpreter.
Yes, you can.
Okay, hey, would there be any way that you could make Amanda Ballou and myself co-host, or the ability to multi-pin? That way we can pin just a few of the video feeds.
Yes, I will get you guys the ability to multi-pin.
That would be perfect. I appreciate that. Thank you. And then also reminder for everybody who's far away from the mic to make sure that they speak up and identify their names before they speak. We'd be perfect.
Okay, perfect. We'll make that announcement.
Thank you much. Bye.
Bye.
Before we continue, our interpreters who are on line would like us to make sure that those of us, all of us will announce our names before we speak. And those of us here in this room, since the microphone is in the aisle way at the front, if you're further away from that, please speak a little louder when you ask your questions or make comments, in that we would appreciate that. And thank you, interpreters, for being with us here today. Our next section is to talk about a statewide IEP. So I'm going to ask Dean and Brian to talk about that. Lots of interesting conversations have been going on about that in the last month or so. I'm sure we'll get some updates. So thank you, Dean and Brian. First. Now we're there. He is.
Yeah, sorry, I'm sitting out behind you here, so.
To the right.
To the right?
Yes. This is the first time we've done it in person together, so we've each done one separately, and we did one last night via Zoom, so. Take the Brian.
Good morning, everybody, and Dean Sykes and Brian Dempsey, two assistants on the Special Education and Title Services team at KSDE, are here to talk to you about the possibility of a statewide IEP system. This is just exploration. This is getting feedback from everybody. And as Dean indicated, we've done this several times through Families Together, and thank you, Leslie, for setting that up. So a little background, this isn't new, this isn't just starting. Wayne Ball with AIR has provided a lot of support and technical assistance for us in exploring this and gathering information, and working with Dean and I, and Bert and Carrie are here and available as well. This has been going on for probably a couple years now. Last summer and last spring, we spent, not this year, 22, spent some time talking to other states as well, getting information and really preparing to be able to have a conversation about this and see what's going on across the country. So historically, I know Kansas has talked about this quite a while ago, and it's been brought back up by various groups just as a request to consider, and that's where we're at. So we're just in the exploration stage. So this is just maybe a conversation. We'll give you a little background, some pros and cons, and from there, welcome questions, feedback, input that we can take back as we move forward, just thinking about what this may look like if it's something that the state's interested in doing. Dean, do you?
No, go ahead.
Okay. So this information is in your packet, and so why have a statewide IEP? A majority of the states have some form of a statewide IEP system. And I think what they have found is several things. It provides some consistency across the state on what the IEPs may look like, and it really benefits stakeholders and parents and providing input and becoming more engaged in the process and more engaged with their student and their child's learning and their education and knowing what's going on. It facilitates transfers of students. So when students show up on your doorstep, you have to enroll them, but if you don't have paperwork or have a way to access that, this is really one of the big things that we've heard practically at the field level of a benefit for it. The IDEA, the Individuals with Disabilities Education Act, prescribes what's required in IEP. So there's some consistency, what is required. So having it would be what's minimally required in an IEP. So the conversation could be some of the barriers that districts might talk about is flexibility. So John might have something unique with his school that he has in his current system. And is that something, if we went to a statewide and I joined, is it something that would allow flexibility for me, or is it inflexible? So that can cut both ways. I think I talked about this a little bit. It helps the parents become more involved in providing some input and becoming active. It also, even though they have access to information now, it's there's some barriers to that. And this can, if you set it up, can offer the parents the ability through a portal to access their students' record easier and their IEP easier, be better prepared, have more informed conversations with the team, and all of that, of course, benefits the students, which is why we're there. So the pros. Compliance is one thing, helps you become compliant with your IEPs. It helps us in monitoring and helping districts, not to catch them, but also to help them. So one of the examples we heard from a state was the statewide system allowed the state, as they were monitoring a district, to figure out, this kind of looks the same. We're seeing this in a couple of IEPs. The language is really similar. So it allowed them to really get in and pull some IEPs, which we couldn't do now, but they were able to see that a district was really utilizing kind of a cookie cutter approach, which is not individualizing IEPs to the students. So it afforded that opportunity to go in and provide some technical assistance at that time, rather than waiting until something came up that would be more negative. So I think it's something that helps both the districts and the state, ensuring that they're compliant. Easier access to data. So for a lot of the data requirements that would roll up to us, and for districts, a lot of evaluation and data literacy for districts and for the state, and coming together and being more prepared in having those conversations. And then again, with the transferring of students, that just was a theme that I guess when you think about it, isn't surprising. That's a lot of calls we receive from both sides. And then record reporting is better as well. So the cons, a lot of what we heard and would experience would be a lot of the upfront work. Front loading data into a new system, depending what that looked like, would be labor intensive probably for districts to accomplish that. So the time for people. The other thing, we talked about that. I touched about that initially, the barrier that the districts might see for some of their individual needs. And that's the feedback we want. So we have heard some states that have built that flexibility with their vendor, so districts could maintain some of that flexibility. The other is the fiscal resources that it would take. It's going to cost more to get, as with anything, it costs more to roll it out. Most states we talked to that did implement a statewide system, the SEA covered the cost of rolling it out or didn't increase the cost to an LEA that wanted to participate. And then the procurement process that we have, states like competition. So they usually do 5-year contracts. So it's not something we would implement and have it for 10 to 20 years. For some stability. So some states have seen that has created a little instability in their system when they issued the RFP again, or request for proposal. I touched on this about improving the quality of instruction. So as students transfer as well, I think what this gets to, you might have districts that have more human resources and are able to implement more services than the student transfers. And with that IEP and knowing what services the student requires, and then the new district may not be so resource heavy or human resources to provide those, but they don't understand what the comparable services might be for that student to make sure that there's a smooth transition, that student doesn't lose anything. So that transfer would help. And again, with the parents' involvement, being more engaged and contributing to the instruction of their child. Data systems, I think this is really a benefit for everybody. Obviously from the SEA, it helps timely and accurate data, which we're all concerned about, and not concerned that it's an issue, but everybody wants to make sure that that's going on. It reduces the local data reporting, so the upfront work is labor intensive, but once that rolls out, it frees up a lot of time. Systems are integrated and it's easier to pull up. And then some more, I think we've touched on this. The portal system for parents and making sure that it's a secure access. That's actually come up. So we've done 3 of these already with Leslie, and that's been kind of the theme to make sure that we maintain that confidentiality. So even though it's a statewide system, we would differentiate that security like we do now. It would just look different. And then improving federal compliance as well. Which is actually a benefit for us and you as well, and the families. Okay. So this is a QR code that we've created for feedback. So I'm going to leave that up there as we continue our conversation. And I know I went through that pretty quickly. I think really the important part that we want to hear is from you, questions, concerns. What do we need to think about as we set up a system? Sometimes, so the questions have been about security, finances. Is it going to cost the districts more money? Is the legislature going to get involved and take money from us? States have set this up differently, but for the most part, most SEAs try to cover that upfront cost and contribute to the ongoing costs to covering it. So it's not a burden on the locals. So some states you've seen actually a benefit to the local districts that it hasn't cost, but they've been able to free up that money. The states we've talked to, that's come up. We talked to like-sized states. Wayne put us in touch with, so and we've evaluated across the country. So we talked to Oklahoma, Colorado, Idaho, and Connecticut. And all of them had a good experience initially. Colorado ran into a kind of a barrier when they issued the RFP the second time and they had to change vendors.
And theirs was kind of a unique, there was a lot of asterisks to why they had issues that were not typical of, that really didn't have anything to do with normal state government.
Correct.
I'll leave it at that.
Yes. The other states rolled it out by not mandating that districts use it. It was voluntary. So what they saw, some, I think, one piloted it with a couple districts to get it on board and get it up and running and work through everything, and then made it voluntary for districts. And then most the states we talked to were into the 90 percentile of districts that were on board with the statewide IEP. Most that didn't initially were the larger districts. And I was thinking, as Dean was talking last night, I think it was Oklahoma that they were actually surprised Oklahoma City came on board. And it was actually Tulsa that waited, I think, until they got to the end of their contract with their vendor. So that's what they have talked about, is the bigger districts have invested a lot of money in the system. So they just want to wait till they get to the natural and or transition for them.
And something else that's come up, because when we talk about like the districts, for those states that we talked to where it was and is optional, so there's a statewide system available, but it's optional that folks opt in. And as Brian noted, for those that do that, the vast majority, well over 90%, consistently tend to do that in different states. But one of the things we hear from the states is they don't necessarily want everyone to opt in all at once, just from a capacity issue of getting folks on board. So we've heard several different states manage that in different ways. I think, you know, because again, with all of this, nothing has been, there is not a specific proposal out. There's not a specific model that we're advocating for at the moment. We are from where you're sitting, what are the things that you would hope for, both benefits or actual functions, et cetera, as well as any, you know, giving voice to concerns, even if you don't know exactly, so even if it's just a have an abstract concern, we might hear that. Where I was going with the onboarding. So there was one state that was intentional about not allowing everyone coming on all at once, and instead moving them on in cohorts, and which allowed them to put more resources at a state level to focus on the working with the locals to ensure those smooth transitions, so that it's not overly a burden on the LEAs, the staff, as well as, you know, a burden on families and students who are, you know, also learning the new systems and functionality. So, yeah.
Something that hasn't come up that I don't recall hearing any state talk about a district withdrawing after they opted in. So I do think districts have found it beneficial.
And as Brian was going through the presentation, you know, we've covered a number of different bullets, but that is both not those different bullets of the pros and cons. That's both not a complete list of all the possible pros. It's also not necessarily a list of everything we would necessarily do, right? Because it captures a lot of some of the potentials. But as you're kind of maybe reflecting on some of the survey, and open up for comments and questions here in a moment too, but to share, you know, a few of the kind of novel things I think that certainly I heard when we were meeting with different states. I'm sure I know Brian and we may have some others to share out too. But for instance, when we talk about you know, the interaction and the parental engagement at the IEP meeting and even throughout the year in that process. I forget which district it was, or I'm sorry, which state it was, but for instance, there's one state that the way they created their IEP system allowed for some real-time translation as they're working on IEPs into different languages. Now, there can be some challenges and some other things with that, but they were really making a lot of specific efforts to ensure that even folks who are not necessarily English first speakers, and we're not talking just Spanish, but a variety of languages, to make it as easy as possible for them to be engaged in the meeting in real time with folks, as well as once the IEP, and as they're crafting the IEP, that they feel like they understand what's actually going into that plan. So there's a number of other functionalities we heard from different states that again really wrapped around that transparency for the parents and the students, as well as on the LEA side, to make sure that everybody's on the same page, and to the compliance piece, compliance in the sense of meeting those minimum elements that are in the law that generally are also factors in an effective IEP. that those elements are there and they're there in ways that are accessible and consistent. So even if you do move around, it's the same for families as well as for educators.
Wayne, anything we missed?
No, I've been really pleased with the sessions with families together and the comments from the parents and really thoughtful questions and then coming back and, I think I also appreciate Kansas' approach to it. There's so many moving parts and so many different systems across the country that I think the time they have taken to educate themselves about those, find out some of those barriers and the pros and cons up front, certainly makes it much easier to talk about. And so I think that process has worked well.
One more thing I'll share just super quick before and then questions, comments. Couple of things, a couple of the other lessons learned that we came away from states that have gone through this process, some of them more recently than others, and did make a choice to move to some version of a statewide IEP. I think some of the best lessons learned that we picked up were how to better engage and utilize stakeholders, meaning special ed directors, as well as representatives of families, communities, SEAC, groups like SEAC, in the process, not just in the early stages like what we're doing right now to get kind of a general idea, but even as the process continues down the road, if it does continue down the road, to actually start to actively be part of teams that would have input on creating the RFP. That would actively be part of teams that would be part of a review of proposals as they come in, and even sitting in on demonstrations from the potential vendors who are responding to those RFPs. We've heard from at least one, if not two states that did include representatives of families, special education directors, the people who these affect the most in the work.
Yeah, that's critical. Yeah.
Something in the chat.
Oh,
Oh, where's the camera?
it's
It
the thing
rotates
looks
around.
like the speaker right there. The app.
This actually ends on Zoom. Did any of the states that implemented this run into issues with the statewide IEP system talking, so to speak, with the individual student information systems across the state? That was a concern that was brought up in one of our KC regions, that the additional work that it would require, the ongoing work, not just that upfront work, but the ongoing work that it would require if the student information system couldn't connect to the IEP system, then that would take a lot more manual labor, a lot more manual sending of information to non-special education teachers and things along those lines. So just didn't know if that came up in any of those conversations so that I could share that back with our region.
Did last night, and Dean responded. Dean, do you want to?
Sure. Yeah. So what in our interviews with the different.
Close to the owl. So
Oh, I think it can see me. It's actually come too close. I think that's where it's causing problems. Yeah. So if so when we're talking to other states, some of the things that one of the common issues that everyone had to work through was exactly what you're talking about. So if you're moving from one system to something else, whether that is a centralized single statewide IEP application that everyone accesses, or we've also, or if it's a version where it's a statewide IEP system, but it is put out in a way that the local vendors can still customize and tweak and kind of add on, and it's interoperable that way. We heard of several different ways that these have been rolled out, but at least in the cases in what we've heard, they were intentional in this process of building it and rolling it out to try to build that kind of interoperability in from the get-go, so that you don't run into those issues. Both with, and I don't know, when you talk about the state data, or I'm sorry, the longitudinal data systems, I don't know if you mean just like the the local ones or also the state ones. I'm assuming you're probably meaning both. And I think that just like we would for any other software application or data application, that would be one of those important factors that would be front of mind as we're working through it. And that's, again, that's part of why we're collecting this information now, is we want to capture those kind of things that should be on the radar, that we want to be really intentional about as we are working through the process.
That makes sense. So intentionally building it from the ground up so that it has that integration possibility.
Correct. I will also note, and I think most of you already know this, but I'm going to say it again because this is actually one of the questions that came up, at least in one of the sessions I led, where I think it was a parent who asked, so, we've been talking about this for a while. It just sounds like a really good idea. Why haven't we done this yet? And of course, what we say is, well, everyone's in favor of a statewide IEP as long as it's exactly what they want, right? And because we do have a number of different flavors of IEP systems already within our state even. And so when you move to something that is more uniform, it's more uniform, which means either compromising in some places or being willing to deliver some compromises. Along those lines, though, I will flag one of the other states that we spoke to. One of the ways that they approach that was that they have a statewide IEP, it's a single system, but they do allow individual districts to do additional enhancements on top of that, additional customization. It's at the district's cost, and sometimes you have multiple districts who want the same thing, so they get some economies of scale that way too. So there are some different ways to approach that kind of local customization that could be considered, but that's of course been one of the challenges. And this has been considered for years, but I think we're a little further along than usual in terms of actually exploring it.
Well, this is Lindsay Graff in the room, and I would say that the field definitely has a lot more buzz about this, feeling that sentiment that we are a lot further along than maybe we've ever been, because this has come up before, but now there's some scared, some nervousness about it, but there's a lot more positioning that's being done, a lot more conversations that are being had. And then there's that, well, when's this going to happen? And, kind of, which is more from the place of fear, I think, than anything else. But the buzz is out. And I think that right now, one of the things that the word can be continued to be passed on is we are still in the very early processes of, because I get asked a lot, like, well, when is this happening? Is it happening next year? No, it's not going to happen next year. I don't have a date in mind that I know of, but it will. But it could be coming in the future, so.
There's not even a decision, and I think it came up yesterday too. Parents had that feeling of, well, if you're talking to us, you've already decided, you're just dropping this at the last minute at our feet, and now you want our input, but you've already moved on. No, so this is really just the initial, let's gather some information and what are the concerns and barriers we haven't thought about. I think Jenny has a comment.
Yeah, sorry, it took me a minute to find my unmute. I just wanted to chime in that I support this idea as a researcher and a person who's been a member of a lot of IEP teams as a former teacher. We have a great Supreme Court case in the Andrew saying the IEP is not a form, but I will tell you from being on those IEPs and doing a lot of research looking at the quality of IEPs that the form is really important to avoid, really substantive violations of IDEA. And my research is very much in line with others that have found just low quality IEPs that result in these substantive violations. Things like having needs discussed in the present levels, but they're not followed through in goals or supplementary aids or services. There's not a clear documentation of how LRE decisions were made. There's not baseline data provided in the present levels. There's all of these things that if people had good forms, I think it would help avoid some of those problems, including, documenting parent and student input. So I think that having a form that's well crafted to help teams avoid those problems would be really, really helpful.
And to help teams critically think, I mean, the question came up yesterday too, are you just creating a cookie cutter checkbox form? No, that is not the intent. That doesn't individualize anything to a student. It just has you checking boxes but maybe having guided conversations based on a form. So you're critically thinking individually about that student is what this will help a lot of people do. Thanks, Jenny. That's great comment. Other comments, questions, concerns?
This is Marvin Miller. I just wanted to ask, and this would be well down the road. But in conversations, I'm thinking back to a conversation probably 5 years ago in one of the transition task force groups that we had back then. We see a lot of things fall off at the end at 18 or 21 or wherever it goes. Because there's not a good handoff to the next agencies. And we've talked about even back then, if we ever get an electronic system, having interaction with both rehab and things, so there's some seamless flow to some of the other agencies. And that's at that end. And then as I said, they're thinking, going, we also have the IFSPs, that's the right term, coming up. And trying to get those all into the system. Again, I know this is not the main purpose, but I think it's as we look forward to building this, we want to think of those ends because we do get students from somewhere and hopefully they go on to some place to receive services or competitive employment on that. Just as we think rapidly big, I think those are things that we'd like to think about.
Okay. Great comment.
Well, seeing no any other questions, do you have anything else we want to say?
For an hour and a half last night.
I know there was more people there. But no, you know, I saw people are already kind of snapping pictures, and of course we can share. I don't know if the one pager got, or I'd say one pager, but there's a two pager that we can share out too. Kayla's looking at me like it may not have gotten shared, but that's fine. It's the same. It's just a summary version of what we just covered. It's not new, but it's easier to share. So just like we did last night, I'm make that available in PDF form. So feel free to share that. You know, right now we want as much feedback as we can get from folks, and just can't say it enough. This is that earliest possible stages where we're just soliciting all the comments, good, bad, ugly. As well as the wish list of if in a perfect world, what would you like it to be able to do? Doesn't mean we'll be able to do everything, but if we don't, if it's not on the radar, it's definitely not going to happen. So now's the time to ask. And then I think the last thing that I was going to say, and I can't remember what it was, so I don't have anything else.
And then you can think about it. So can you give a couple examples from your interactions with other states of how they've adopted this, what that process looked like in terms of rolling out? Like, did they do a certain number of districts every year, or did they say, as of this date, everybody, you must be using this? Did they?
Yes.
I don't think anybody did that as of the state, everybody's on board. I think it was cohorted in one state and then volunteer in another, knowing they weren't going to receive a lot up front. I just recall Oklahoma talking about being surprised how quickly Oklahoma City came on board. That might have got them off guard, but otherwise it's been a smooth transition.
Had a different approach.
Yeah.
Right. Wayne.
And I was pointing out also one state, Connecticut, when we talked to, the legislature mandated the system and they rolled it all out together. And it worked quite well. So, you know, we had an interesting discussion with them. So there's just so many different, you know, ways. But I think you knowing the state and determining, you know, what's going to be best for people can't.
And it really bears repeating that. I know I was really surprised when we started engaging and interviewing other states that have gone down this road, how many of them did it as it's a statewide system, but it was an optional opt-in, and across the board, And we thought, and again, we're talking like Oklahoma and other states, Idaho, I mean, states that are, there is as much local control, if not more than Kansas in a lot of ways. And the buy-in, is surprisingly quick and overwhelming in terms of districts signing on. So, like you said, well into the upper 90%.
So Brian, with the conversations that are being had of how we can seamlessly transition kids, like Marvin was saying, in the earlier grades, like kids who are in foster care and McKinney-Vento, or those who are justice involved. And then knowing that across the street that legislators are having conversations about how can we build a system where that information can be shared within the other agencies. Has there been a work group designed to partner with the other agencies on what they might already be doing if we could build that into the IEP system?
Not specifically, I think that is something down the road that we would need to consider. So, oh, do I need it?
Well, I'm just saying, I think they can hear better, and if anybody's speaking in here, just ask for the microphone.
Tricia's question was about other agencies and involved youth such as McKinney-Vento, Justice Involved, foster youth. So, and have we engaged other agencies and what information can we exchange to make things seamless for that population, as Marvin was talking about, C to B and then transition into adulthood? No, we haven't. That was a question last night, foster youth specifically, what information might they have access to? So I think it's the conversations to have and then being mindful of what information can we share, how can we do it in a way that maintains confidentiality but benefits the student. Yes.
Yeah, this is Casey Clark. I had a comment about that too, because originally I was thinking the same thing that Trish was, is how this could give access to the IEP people who may need it as they're making decisions about a child's life who aren't the caregivers. So originally I thought that would be a good idea, but then as I thought about it a little bit more, I thought, it would be best if this document stayed with the school system, because then encouraging communication between these organizations and agencies to come to the school, have a meeting, be a part of the IEP team would actually be more beneficial. Because you would have to develop a relationship around the child.
Yeah, I hate to be the lawyer in the room, but I am. So I do think, sharing a lot is probably prohibited. But it's what can we share and what notices can we get out in a more efficient way to get people to the table.
And of course, where we are on the stage right now, the most important thing though is capturing those considerations, and then we can at least then we can be deliberative about if we do continue to move forward, really exploring deeply each of those different pieces and considering, okay, maybe we can't do that, but maybe we could do this. It still gets to some of the intention. So yeah, there'll be challenges, but it helps. Yes. Okay. Thank you. I think for the folks online,
So this is Leslie from Families Together. So Dean, this made me think of the new grant.
Oh, yeah, it's strong.
And I wondered, because like I like the idea of being able to refer, because I'm just thinking about all the families that would hear, well, I wasn't referred to BR, or was, those kinds of things. So I'm just thinking that that's another possibility of looking at what's going on with that grant.
Marvin Miller here. Hey, this is a little changing it. Got a question regarding the survey, and I haven't looked at it yet. A lot of the surveys that we do, and this is part of the question will involve Leslie, they're geared for teachers and other stakeholders, and they're not parent friendly. My question is, do we have a really parent friendly form and survey, because we won't get comments and input from a lot of parents? It's got a lot of teacheries in it. Does that make sense? And I don't know if you guys have already done some of these things. I'm just asking that because we want the parents and caregivers to have input as well in this.
I'll start and then I'll kick Leslie. So so first up, the one pager, which again, we'll shoot that out via PDF, but a big shout out to Leslie and also to Jen Groff, and her team. As we were developing the PowerPoint and in particular the one pager front and back, we did run it by her and her team to try and assist with utilizing more plain language and to make it more parent friendly and accessible, so that, and of course sharing out with stakeholders. The survey itself, which is very, very short. I think there's one required question, and that's kind of what bucket do you fall into? And then after that, it really is very subjective, just some very open-ended narrative question. Oh, and there's one optional Likert scale question of, the 1 to 5 of kind of how would you feel about a statewide IEP today, that kind of thing. But it's only like 4 or 5 questions, and we try to keep it pretty open. But we did not have an opportunity to run that by Leslie on our end. Leslie, anything you want to add, or Stacey?
I'll say, I completed it while you were talking, sorry.
Yeah.
It was very parent friendly. Yeah, it was very simple to give your feedback.
And I like the open-endedness because as you guys can attest, there were a lot of comments were made even during our Zoom and just, in person. I guess the other thing I would say from the PTI's perspective, we're excited about the possibility because we work with a lot of families that sometimes they don't even understand what the IEP is, and we have to help them. We kind of have to describe it and get to it, and then it's a matter of, well, how can they get it so that we can review it with them. So I think we have to think about not, some families, particularly underrepresented families, really need that, and I'm thinking, well, wouldn't that be great if there was a way to guide them through, like you're saying, a portal where they could, however that works, send it to us that way or download it or whatever, but that seems very helpful. Also with the education advocate program. I mean, you guys have heard me talk about just the constant movement of students. And so many times we take those calls where kids have been sitting out, sometimes for weeks, not just days. So I think that, just helping get kids in school more quickly because people can get what they need.
Thank you. Anybody online or anybody else in the room? I know we went over, Marvin, I apologize.
Okay, I think we're good. Thank you for presenting that. And unfortunately, Brian, I know you went over, but you're up next. So
That's right.
So next on our agenda is review of the dyslexia facts and eligibility indicators. So Brian and Burton will be.
We're gonna get this working here in a minute. There we go. Now we're on testing. Nope. It was on. What happened to it? Yeah, there it goes. So on the statewide IEP, remember that you are the stakeholder group for the state. As the advisory council, that's why we brought it to you today. Because it will be coming back to you. You have representation across the state for the different agencies or organizations you represent. And we would appreciate it if you could take this QR code and share it widely so that we get really good feedback on that. The thing I want to share with you is dyslexia. For those of you that didn't know, there was a House bill last year, 2322. And that House bill, we were very much in favor of because it was going to change emotional disturbance to emotional disability. Emotional disturbance is a personal thing, where emotional disability is a condition. And we want to make sure that we weren't labeling someone as disturbed. So we were very much in favor of that and represented that. And at the end of the session, right before the bill was being passed, Molly Baumgartner decided to add dyslexia in as a state disability category. She did not talk to us, did not come over and visit with us about how it already was identified within the federal language. under learning disability. So the bill passes. And then I'm given no time at all, and I've got to get something prepared for the field so that people know what they're to do. And Lori Curtis, if you've not met Lori Curtis, she is a godsend. The luckiest thing we ever did was get Lori to come to KSDE as a dyslexia consultant, because dyslexia was already being looked at as a condition for reading deficiency that our agency, and thank God the legislature decided to fund, could support the work for structured literacy in our state. So we already had her engaged and involved, and all of a sudden she was like, what does this mean? What does this mean? I said, well, actually, I don't think it's going to mean anything for your screening. We're going to continue to do the screening as we've always done. And if you have not gone to the KSDE.org website, I'm going to give you a little hint. If you open up KSDE.org and you go to the alphabet at the top and you select the D, you go down and there's only one, it's called dyslexia, and you select that. You will find some of the best resources in the world for dyslexia. And one of those things that's listed there is our fact document. We call it the fact frequently asked questions. But what it does is it talks about how we have decided as a state to put dyslexia where it belongs under a specific learning disability. So it is not a separate state category of disability, which means like gifted, then you can't apply any federal funds towards that designation. And it locks the state into doing things outside of what would be reasonable under the federal government, who already defines the learning disabilities, including dyslexia. So how can you have both? So the idea was to capture it and put it in our eligibility indicators, which Brian may visit with you about here in a minute. And so you have that document that was sent out to you. And what it did was it basically put dyslexia and included that under specific learning disability. So the dyslexia frequently asked questions, and by the way, I do get questions on this frequently. But what they're asking about is, what does this mean? What does this mean for me as, I don't know where it is. We'll get there. Well, we got somebody wanting in, I'm sorry. See, I should pay attention to the screen. If I were at work, I would be living on the screen. But we have general requirements. So one of those general requirements, and probably the most important, is dyslexia a new category under which children might be found eligible? And the response is no. Dyslexia has always been included in the federal and Kansas definition of specific learning disability. So I tried to make it easy on the state, and you would have think that I would have cut a heart out, literally, when I said, could you agencies please put a checkbox on your IEP systems where you can check the box for dyslexia? Because at some point this year, we're going to be required to report that. And this would be the easiest way, because Mason Vosberg, if you have not met Mason, Mason is known nationally as a leader in data. And Mason said, if they'll just put a box on the IEP that can be checked, then once a year, we can ask them to report that information. We can pull that information down. And then when legislators say, what have you done with our regulation? We can say, well, here's what we've done, and this is how many students meet that. So what I'm getting questions on right now is, does that mean I have to go in now and look at every child that's SLD and I have to reevaluate them for dyslexia? The answer is no. If they had reading deficiencies at the point in time when you did the initial evaluation or you're doing the reevaluation, then you would check the box dyslexia, because you're saying that the child met learning disability with the condition of having a deficiency in reading, which rises to the level of meeting eligibility for dyslexia. It does not require a clinical or doctor's diagnosis. And I've been very specific with the field. In education, we don't diagnose. If you're a speech pathologist, an occupational therapist, a physical therapist, you can diagnose. But we do not diagnose conditions. We identify students as eligible for special education under specific disability categories. So the whole reason Molly brought this up, because I met with her, Renee Erickson, and Christy Williams, and a KPI gentleman with our fiscal folk, and they brought up that parents were going to principals and saying, I have this diagnosis for my child with dyslexia, and the principal told them, and I believe this, we don't deal with dyslexia. It's a medical condition and we don't deal with it. And I have put in this document that needs to cease and desist, because if a parent brings anything to you that would suggest that that child is a student with a disability under child find, we have accountability to do general ed interventions at the basic. But more importantly, that parent can ask for a comprehensive evaluation, in which case we either provide the comprehensive evaluation or we have to give prior written notice that we're not going to evaluate the child. And why we're not, and the parent can due process the district at that point. So when I hear these things that parents ask for an evaluation, there's only two choices a district has. They do it, or they prior written notice the parent they're not going to do it. And why they're not going to do it. You cannot delay an evaluation based upon general education interventions. You can do concurrent evaluation while you're collecting general ed interventions, but you can't delay it. And one of those indicators we put up there that Brian will talk about is on the evaluation. We have 60 school days, which is a lot of days, folks. 60 school days to complete an evaluation on a child. So we can't say that we were limited in time. I mean, there's so much that we put in this document. So for general requirements, we really have defined dyslexia. We've talked about how it fits under specific learning disability. We've asked our systems to indicate that somewhere on the IEP, because parents are going to want to see it there. And is the special educator the only person that provides the educational support when we have a learning disability? No. General education is accountable for the education of all children. Specially designed instruction is developed for students that have a disability. And so that is to support the child's needs, not to replace the general education portion of the educational program. And that's so critical. And so many times gen ed teachers say, well, I don't know what to do. Everything I've tried hasn't worked. So one of the things that our state is doing is offering the letters training. And that letters training is a structured literacy training. And they'll tell you, we don't care what structured literacy training you get, but you need to have teachers that know how to work with students that have reading deficiencies. Because the estimate is there's anywhere from 20 to 40% of our students that have deficiencies in reading. Now, it may not rise to dyslexia, but I'll give you an example. When I had a young man, he's in 6th grade, and we had Cradle Career show up. And they basically told us we didn't know what we were doing. And my staff came to me complaining and said, blah, 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 and they told us, and they told us the only program that work is theirs. And so I was very defensive, and I was like, we decide what the curriculum is going to be. We decide that program. And I said, and where is he in his reading skills? And they said 1st grade. This kid's in 6th grade. You could have knocked me upside the head with a hammer. I said, then we're going to offer Cradle Career the opportunity to work with this child for the 2 hours a week that they're asking to work with the child. Within 2 years, that child was benchmarking 10% of the 8th grade norms in reading and was a totally different child. So I'm here to represent that we in schools have failed some students, and that failure has to stop now. So we really need to work on that K-3 program. And we can't say, like I just heard last week, well, he's struggling in reading, but we don't think it's bad enough yet. That is not good enough. If that's my child, you just told me that you're not teaching my child what my child needs. You're not working with my child effectively. So what Molly did, without really intentionally meaning it, is she brought attention to all kids need to be able to read. And we in special education need to step up to the plate, and we need to start working with our children that are having a condition of learning disability specific to dyslexia. So what we're asking you to do today is to approve our dyslexia frequently asked questions document. And that way we can take the draft off of it because it's been approved by SEAC. And we have chapters or different tabs in here. One's called the general requirements. One's called identification, Because we tell them no diagnosis is needed. You can decide if that child has reading disabilities that rise to dyslexia, how you document that in the paperwork. And then instruction, what type of instruction should you be working on and doing with the child? So I think you all got this as part of your packet. I hope you were able to read it. It really is well done. I have to give Kevin Davis through the Technical Assistance System Network a lot of credit for this. He worked diligently to put this together, and we really appreciate him. But I also want you to know that as we receive questions, we will update this document and we will date those questions so that you know that we've changed it and we updated it. So if you go to that D and you bring up the frequently asked questions and it has a different date on it, then you'll know why, because we've had enough questions asked that we have changed our mind and put that on there. So do you have any questions? I don't want to take the whole time because the eligibility indicators are pretty easy. I'm not trying to steal Brian's thunder here, but it basically talks about how we do identify dyslexia under a learning disability. And we also cleaned up some of the language in there. Any questions? Online questions?
Bert, this
Chat.
is Ashley online.
Yes.
I know we exchanged some emails either earlier this week or last week. It blends together a little bit. And I think a big question out of our region has been, or out of Casey has been, what does KSDE mean by add this to the IEP? The concern that was brought to us was that if we are doing this for just documents, like we're making sure that we are tracking any student that meets that criteria and getting that data on the data side of the IEP system square, or if we're literally adding this student has dyslexia onto a student's IEP. And we felt uncomfortable with the idea of adding dyslexia to an IEP, like the physical paper IEP, without providing more specific notice to the parent, because the FAQ indicates no notice, no consent, no evaluation required. And so we get that on the reporting side, but we were a little uncomfortable with adding anything to an IEP without drawing the parent's attention to why that was added to the IEP document itself. The other concern that was brought up actually by one of our district's attorneys was just ensuring that it was still a team decision when we were considering if the student did meet that criteria. Because if it's a reading disability that's manifesting in comprehension, then maybe that looks a little bit different. And that was just taking some of that. And I'll be honest, it was probably more to do with how districts were approaching it. And the approach was, hey, school psychologist, here's a list of students that have SLD, go into the system and mark yes or no. And that really was uncomfortable because then it takes all the power, the protection of the IEP team away. So I think we've corrected some of that based on your feedback, but I wanted to kind of reiterate that conversation that we had in email as well.
Ashley, that's wonderful that you brought that up, because the one thing we did not want happening is we did not want all of our kids with SLD, which is 40% of our 80-some thousand kids, to have to go through another evaluation and determine if they meet criteria for dyslexia. What we wanted to do was ensure that if there was evidence in the evaluation report that the child had a condition of dyslexia, that could be documented on the IEP form, because parents are asking for it to be recognized. And one way that could occur is in the present levels of education performance, where you're talking about academic deficiencies. It could be mentioned there. The only reason that we want the checkbox is so that parents that have gone to legislators and say they don't deal with this, they're not telling me that they're going to provide my child with support for this, that it gets somewhere in the paperwork so that it gets documented, because we know the legislators are going to ask, what data do you have to report to us on how this is working in the state? And the last thing I want to do is to create this huge bucket of paperwork for both parents and for schools to have to go through and reevaluate everybody or go through the process. And that's why Mason thought the checkbox on the IEP would be the simplest, because it has dyslexia checked. It means the parent has verification that the child has been recognized as having dyslexia. And then the present levels of education performance could be indicative in the reading section about where the deficiencies are. And remember, to have a reading deficiency and have a learning disability does not identify dyslexia. That is a team decision, and the team decides that just like they do for any condition currently. So I really appreciate that Casey's being so proactive in asking these questions, because not only are you asking them, but other regions are asking them as well. And we had to hastily put this together, as you know, and we wanted to make it as simple on systems and families as we could without having to create a whole new gifted type of process for dyslexia with its own paperwork. So that was the intent. And again, we're taking all this into consideration, and we'll be getting feedback from the field as we meet with you all at quarterly meetings or at your Casey meetings, so that you can tell us how it's working, where the problems are, and how we can be more efficient at KSDE in supporting you, the field, as well as our families who are very interested in ensuring that their child somewhere gets documented that dyslexia is a consideration of the team, that the child meets that eligibility under LD. So thank you very much for that. Any other questions? Because I've way overdone my time.
Chat.
Chat,
One in the chat.
could you tell me what it says?
I think that question was addressed in your general requirements in question 3. Like, I feel like you did explain that, or you went back and explained that because you were getting the same types of questions. But I think she and I might have been talking about the same group, because I emailed your question very similar to what she just asked. But I think, I don't know if you just went back and added that, but I think it now definitely explains that. But it says that, you know, school team, including school psychologists.
Say that out loud so we can hear you.
I just want to say that I think that in the FAQ document that we were just talking about, under the general requirements, the answer to A3 does specify that this is done by a school team, including the school psychologist. So I feel like maybe as a result of some other questions like the one that was just asked, that it is now pretty clearly spelled out that it's the team decision.
I think we understood that it was a team decision that was in that original FAQ, but doing it outside of an evaluation made that seem contrary to our typical process of determining a student's eligibility. So I think that's where that clarification was needed on the purpose and how we were sharing that information with the family, how the team, which should include the parent, is coming to that conclusion. So I think that the biggest element was not necessarily that we didn't think it should be a team decision as much as it was outside of the evaluation process. So ensuring that we had the right people at the table to make some of those determinations or guide the team in interpreting those results essentially.
And Ashley, if you have to move slow with this, then you're probably doing it the right way, because haste can make waste. So however you as an agency determine that you're going to clarify the dyslexia as part of the specific learning disability, then I would say utilize the process your agency decides is in the best interest of families and children, but also supports the need the legislators have put out there that they want dyslexia to be recognized as a state disability category. Anything else on that one? Yes, I'll bring you the microphone, Leslie.
So I just wanted to thank Ashley for thinking about the families in this, because I think, yes, there's a lot of families in the camp that they've been wanting this, but there's also families, if you're truly considering, does this reading deficit look like dyslexia? There's families that aren't going to know anything about that. And so making sure that we are including them in the conversation. That's great.
Yes, thanks, Leslie. Now, on the eligibility indicators, Brian, is there anything else we need to say on that? Because it basically was bringing that up to speed to meet this requirement. Very minor changes were made there, just the language.
And I do have a quick question on eligibility indicator. No, that was, oh, I'm sorry. Marvin Miller here. Question on the eligibility indicators. I know we updated these mostly for dyslexia, I presume, correct? But we did mention something, NED, but we did mention something about vision and acuity. and some OSEP concerns about 6 months ago. Did
We
that,
took care of
that's
that.
already updated there?
Yes.
Okay, I was just verifying that. Thank you.
And again, Marvin, that wasn't in our eligibility indicators. It was a misrepresentation of a fact sheet that some of our staff put together that used a different definition of vision impairment, which had acuity levels set in it, and OSEP said you cannot have acuity levels set in your practice or policy. So we didn't have it in our eligibility indicators. In fact, we got bragged on because our indicators were so clear. But yet we had a fact document that got us into trouble. So the fact document's been pulled down and we're all good on BI. So I wanted action on both of these, please.
And then the eligibility indicators, this is Carrie, so also updates the definition for,
Emotional disability.
so this set of eligibility indicators updates the definition or use of the term emotional disability.
Marvin, maybe you want to point out that I'm just thinking to you today, because that, the set of indicators, I guess the draft that we received for the last meeting has all the changes in red. Right?
Yes.
So that everybody.
This is Marvin. I'm just passing on the comment that the eligibility indicator changes are in red in the document.
In the document we received last, like for the July meeting, is that right?
Yes, in
Okay.
July, we passed this out and we had everything highlighted in red for any of the changes that we were going to be recommending. And now we have the document and it's the final draft.
Okay. So what we'd like to do is take action items on both of these documents. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay, so what we'll do is take action item on the first one on the dyslexia fact. Which will be approved essentially to publish and then have regular updates and be dated as such.
This is, I'm sorry, let me do any one more time.
Yes, I'm doing one of them at a time.
Okay.
Yes, so let me go ahead and take a motion on that.
All right, this is Jennifer King, and I'd like to motion the approval of the dyslexia FAQ instruction as listed.
Okay, so we have Jennifer King making the motion to accept this dyslexia facts as presented. I may have a second.
I don't know if we
I'll
can-
do it. Oh, this is Brooke Moore.
And allow for changes to be made as needed.
Yeah, it's a living document, yes.
There you go.
Thank you. And the second came online, who was that?
Brooke Moore.
Thank you, Brooke. Okay, and so Brooke is seconding this. We have a poll ready. Okay. All in favor in the room, for this, say aye. Aye. And it looks like we will go ahead in the poll, so that has passed. Thank you. Let me go to the second one, and that is approval to publish the updated eligibility indicators. Let me entertain a motion there.
Are you making a motion?
No, I'm not making a motion, I'm asking for the motion.
Marvin, this is Lindsay Graff, and I would make a motion to approve the updated eligibility indicators as presented.
Okay, that is, may I have a second?
So moved. Brooke Moore.
Brooke Moore, second. Again, we have a poll ready, and let's go ahead and all that we'll vote to approve this, or this motion to approve this, say aye. Aye. Any opposed?
Approval's online.
And it looks like it is approved.
Thank you.
Again, so thank you, Bert and your team for working so diligently on this and trying to meet the needs of our parents and our reporting requirements for the legislature, and I think you guys have done a good job. So. Okay, it is a few minutes after 11, and we are going to go next. I believe we have Jennifer Kurth and Carrie Sjogren from the KU set. And so I believe, are you guys online?
Yeah, we're online, unfortunately.
Yes, so thank you for being here and talking about a little bit more what you guys are doing.
Thank you for having us. Yeah, I'll share a screen whenever you're ready. And this. All right, did that work?
Yes.
Okay, so thank you for having us, and also just quickly, congratulations to KSDE on that FAQ. I think that is going to be a huge help for the state. So good work, team, on that. I am Jennifer Kurth, and I am in the Department of Special Education at the University of Kansas. I'm an associate professor and chair of the Department of Special Education, and also the director of interdisciplinary training at the Kansas University Center on Developmental Disabilities. My colleague Carrie Sjogren is going to jump in as soon as she can. She's actually at a National Academies meeting right now in Washington, D.C., and she's going to step out of that meeting. So I've texted her to say that we're up, and she'll get here as soon as she can. So what I wanted to do is just share a little bit about KUCDD. Carrie is the director, so hopefully when she comes, she can help with some of this. But one of the things that we wanted to share with SEAC specifically is that we have a lot of really great special education focused universities and programs in Kansas. But there's a sort of unique thing that we have here on the KU campus, which is KUCDD, the Center on Developmental Disabilities. And so I wanted to share a little bit about what that is and what the work is that we're doing, and then solicit some input from all of you in terms of what we can do to better meet the needs of the state. So I'm going to get started, and hopefully Carrie will be here soon. So to get started, the KUCDD was established back in 1969. It is part of a national network of USEDs that is authorized under Public Law 106-402, or the Developmental Disabilities Assistance and Bill of Rights Act of 2000, the DD Act. Core funding is administered by the Office of Intellectual and Developmental Disabilities in the U.S. Department of Education. So currently there are 67 USEDs. There should be at least one in every U.S. state and territory. And they are in a unique position to facilitate the flow of disability-related information between the community and the university. So there are LENS that train health and related service providers. Those are leadership in neurodevelopmental disabilities. And we have a LEND training program as well at KU with our close partner at KUMC, the Med Center. And then we also have IDDRCs, which do basic research in intellectual and developmental disability. The USEDs focus on birth through death. So it's a whole lifespan approach, which is another sort of unique thing and differentiates us from, the Department of Special Education, for example, where we really focus on, birth to age 21 or IDEA related issues. So the KUCDD here on campus has a strong focus on school-based supports and promoting inclusive practices for students with disabilities. So again, Kansas University Center on Developmental Disability is a little bit different than the other universities that we have in terms of, Emporia and Fort Hays and so forth, because we are the only USED here in the state of Kansas. And so we have a unique position in terms of the resources and the activities that we do relative to some of the other great universities in the state of Kansas. So the purpose of the USED is to provide leadership in and advise federal, state, and community policymakers about and promote opportunities for individuals with developmental disabilities to exercise self-determination, be independent, be productive, and be integrated and included in all facets of community life, really aligned with the DD Act, as I mentioned before. So what this means is we really do want to partner with you. We want to understand how we can provide that leadership, given what are the needs of the state, the students in our state, the teachers, the administrators, and families. So we're hopeful that by sharing some of this information, we can figure out how to do more partnerships with everybody around Kansas. So the KUCDD missions and values are that through research, training, technical assistance, and community service activities, we strive to enhance the quality of life, self-determination, and inclusion of Kansans with developmental disabilities and their family. So we have various values that explain both how and why we do the work that we're focused on at the UCED. So this is doing high quality work, knowing our purpose in terms of fulfilling the needs of the people in Kansas, seeking diversity in terms of who we're supporting and who we're partnering with, including others in decision-making and activities, and then respecting other people. So these values were established in 2020 during our annual meeting in partnership with community partners. So we had a large group of people gather at the very beginning of the pandemic to really talk about some of these issues. So the KUCDD core functions, this is sort of an introduction to them, and I'm going to talk a little bit more about these core functions as we go forward. But there are 4, and these are, again, in alignment with what the UCED is funded to do in all 67 locations across the country. So we focus on interdisciplinary pre-service preparation and training and continuing education, research, evaluation, public policy analysis, community services, including technical assistance and models and demonstrations, and also information dissemination. So part of the activity that we do is through the KUCDD CAP, or Consumer Advisory Panel, which provides advice regarding the center's strategic plan and offers feedback to researchers on their current projects, as well as advice about new proposals. So the CAP initiates projects to fulfill needs of importance to its members. So recent examples of this include creating a resource guide for Kansans around voting during the COVID-19 pandemic, a video around good communication practices for healthcare workers when serving people with disabilities, a video in progress around augmentative and alternative communication devices and their use on college campuses. And perhaps more importantly, the KUCD CAP connects the KUCDD to other organizations in Kansas that are working to improve the lives of people with disabilities and their families. The KUCDD CAP meets virtually or face-to-face at least 4 times each year. So you see on your screen a Zoom call screen capture, I guess, of one of the recent meetings. And we always do welcome new members from the community to be a member of CAP and provide some of this input in terms of the work that we're doing. A little bit about KUCDD in terms of our, what we've accomplished. So in fiscal year 22, which is the most recent data that we have so far, members of KUCDD published or submitted 127 research articles, 12 book chapters, 3 books, and 10 newsletters, developed 2 academic courses, presented at 177 conference presentations and poster sessions, and conducted 382 continuing education and community training activities. So I don't know if Carrie is on yet, but I'll brag for her that I think there's been a really great network set up of really productive people who are committed to doing good work and disseminating it and sharing it with other people. And so part of it is reflected in this productivity here and having a real focus on making sure that these works that are represented here are focused on promoting self-determination, inclusion, and quality of life for people with disabilities, especially those in Kansas. So some of our current research projects, so you noted that was one of the core functions of the UCED. There's just a few sort of graphics presented here in terms of projects that are ongoing. There's an Institute of Education Sciences, or IAS, funded grant that started in 2021. IAS is part of the U.S. Department of Education. It's their research branch that was called the Self-Determined Learning Model of Instruction Reading Project, which is a 4-year multi-site project that aims to develop and test a new intervention, the SDLMI-R, to increase reading achievement among 4th and 5th graders with or at risk for reading disabilities. The SDLMI-R will be conducted alongside an evidence-based reading intervention, and the content will be explicitly connected to students' reading practices and goals related to reading performance. This project is in collaboration between the University of Texas at Austin and KUCDD, and they're currently doing this work in the Lawrence Public Schools. Another one just from here is the Propel project, which is also which is targeting high school students who have autism, combining self-determination and peer supports, and really working across schools in Kansas to accomplish this. So one of the things that is we wanted to note is that we're always looking for more partners to do this work with. We have a lot of research activities that we're eager to do in schools in Kansas that we think and we have, reason to believe will be effective for teachers, families, and students. And so we want to make sure that we can partner with people who are interested to do some of this work so that you get that professional development and also opportunities to collaborate to move these projects forward and to benefit the students who are participating in the projects as well. Related to community services, which is another core function of the USED, KUCDD really is the leading is leading the Kansas Navigator series, which is providing resources for transition age youth and young adults and their supporters on self-determination, transition, and supported decision making. Another, I think, really interesting project that's just starting is KHARP, which is training people with intellectual and developmental disabilities to be involved in inclusive research. This is one of Carrie's projects that I think is stellar, because one of the things that she's noted is that a lot of times research is done on or to people with disabilities, and they're treated as such. And one of the things that she's trying to shift in this project is really thinking about how can we partner with people with disabilities to figure out what we should be researching, how they should be and could be leading research activities in terms of developing research questions, developing research projects, those sorts of things that really aim at creating research that's by and for people with disabilities. There's also this Black Feathers, which is a new podcast led by Native leaders with disabilities that you should be able to look up on wherever you get your podcasts and be able to participate in some of those as well. Skipped over one. Another aspect or core function of the KUCDD is interdisciplinary training and education. So we provide that interdisciplinary pre-service training and also continuing education for students and professionals in education, allied health professions, and transition to adulthood services. So for example, at KU Medical Center's Center for Child Health and Development, interdisciplinary teams see more than 24 children and families per week to provide them with services that they deem necessary. Within the KU School of Education and Human Sciences, KUCDD faculty serve as mentors to graduate students preparing to be teachers. We also work with doctoral students to engage in research, teaching, and service activities in partnership with various KUCDD faculty to prepare them to be leaders in the field upon graduation. This year, 15 students participated in our post-secondary education program, KUTPE, which is a college experience for students with intellectual disability. So that's exciting to have that many students come to KU and live on campus, take classes, network with their peers, and learn important skills to take into their post-secondary lives. In July 2021, KUCDD faculty hosted the 5th Annual Summer Institute on Inclusive Practices with the theme Building and Supporting Inclusive Communities. We had this over 3 days with over 200 attendees from around the globe. Really interesting breakout sessions. Last year, we had a keynote speaker named Jordan Zimmerman, who was an AAC user who shared a lot of great insights about her experiences in school, how she was able to sort of navigate the barriers that she experienced as an AAC user and what she's doing now. So that was really great. And we plan to continue rather to have that institute every year. We've been doing it virtually since the pandemic started because we like this idea of being able to get so many people from around Kansas, but also around the country and the world to be able to come. Also in 2021, myself and my colleague Allison Zagona were awarded an interdisciplinary personnel development grant from the U.S. Department of Education, which allows us to prepare 20 special education teachers and 20 speech and language pathologists to provide high quality inclusive supports and services to students with complex communication needs and extensive support needs. So low incidence disabilities teachers and speech and language pathologists, both of them getting training together to really figure out how they can collaborate to support students in terms of academic development, but also communication development. And another thing that's really new just this week that's not on here, myself and my colleague were awarded a new grant by the U.S. Department of Education Office of Special Education Programs to fund a pair-to-teacher pathway is what we're calling it. We're currently working with KSDE to finalize this license at KU. But if we can get this approved through KSDE, which we're confident we will be able to, we would be able to fund tuition and fees for 32 low incidence paraprofessionals to become low incidence teachers who would owe 2 years of service at least to the school district that hires them. We want this to be a statewide effort, and so we are going to allow people to join synchronous classes either here in Lawrence or via Zoom. They'll have an intensive 4 semesters of supervised practicum or fieldwork from us at KU, in addition to coursework focused on best practices and low incidence disabilities. They'll also be taking a 6 credit hour course this summer to prepare them for their role. And we're spending time now to make sure that the courses that we already have are really focused on meeting the needs of people who are learning to teach while they're already teaching. So we have some big work ahead of us, but we're excited about it. We also realized in this grant proposal and what we're talking with KSDE about is that there are few senior teachers available to mentor or support novice teachers, especially those in this role. So we built in a significant mentorship component in our project. Everyone will be assigned a mentor that they'll meet with either online or virtually. The mentors will be compensated with a stipend for their work. But we're really wanting to make sure that the people who go through this get a lot of intensive training and are well prepared for the work ahead of them, because I think we all agree that the work of these teachers is super important, and we want to make sure that they have everything they need to be successful in meeting the needs of their students. So if and when we get all of this finalized through KSDE, I'll be sure to send some information about that project to everybody, because we are going to be starting to recruit for that funding very, very soon, hopefully. Other work from KUCDD is focused on information dissemination. In 2022, KUCD launched and redesigned a website with stronger accessibility features aligned with KU's latest design standards, such as an option to view pages in alternative formats. In the past year, we've hired communication specialists who, alongside with our Associate Director of Information Dissemination, is working to support new initiatives to increase awareness through platforms such as social media. And we're also trying to build more resources on our websites for teachers, schools, students, and families. One of the things that we're hoping to get from all of you is some ideas about what are some of those resources that you would like to see provided, so that we can make sure that what we're building, again, is responsive to the needs of people in Kansas. Related to the information dissemination project and core functions is that we've been really committed to creating and sharing information that's in useful formats. to schools. And so this is an infographic from a project that's happening in Kansas. So we think that by creating these sort of user-friendly, accessible infographics, we're going to be able to better communicate what each of our projects are about, how school partners might benefit from them, and how students and families might benefit from them as well. So we were interested in feedback around those as well, but we do plan on continuing to create those so that we can share our information in the best way possible. Also, we have been creating, I say we in like the most royal sense of the word we, because I have not personally created any of these beautiful things, but there's a great team at KUCDD who does, part of the information dissemination team. One of the things they've done is created a video for schools about, it's a plain language video. So what I wanted to do is, hopefully I can share this. Oh, shoot, I didn't download it, but I'm going to share with you another one sorry, I didn't download that, but you'll have the slides. I'll make sure that you do so that you can open this YouTube link too. But this is another one that's about one of our current personnel preparation projects, Project Instruct. It's one that I mentioned a little bit ago, that's interdisciplinary preparation of low incidence teachers and speech language pathologists. So this is an example of some of the work that they do.
Miss Pina and Mr. Jones are master's students at the University of Kansas. Miss Pina is studying special education, and she really wants to learn about including students with low incidence disabilities and collaborating with other team members. Mr. Jones is studying speech language pathology, and he is also interested in learning about strategies for working together, as well as how to best support student communication development in school settings. Miss Pina and Mr. Jones are scholars in Project Instruct, which is a collaborative personnel preparation program at the University of Kansas. Project Instruct provides students with opportunities to learn about how to support the inclusion of students with intellectual and developmental disabilities and communication support needs in general education classrooms. Project Instruct is also focused on making sure students learn how to support their students' progress in the general education curriculum and work with team members to plan effective supports. Throughout their programs, Miss Pina and Mr. Jones have opportunities to work together on course assignments, and they visit schools together to collaborate, plan, and provide supports for students with intellectual and developmental disabilities and communication support needs. Miss Pina and Mr. Jones will regularly meet with other students in Project Instruct, and they will take courses together. Project Instruct provides Miss Pina and Mr. Jones with funding for tuition and to attend a professional conference during their program. Project Instruct is funded by the U.S. Department of Education, the Office of Special Education Programs, and it will last 4 more years, until 2025. For more information, contact Dr. Jennifer Kurth, jkurth@ku.edu, Dr. Allison Zagona, zagona@ku.edu, or Dr. Jane Wegner, jwegner@ku.edu.
So again, that's just a little example of some of the great work that KUCDD information and dissemination folks are doing to sort of share the work that we're doing. And we're linking those to the KUCDD website as well, so that people who might be interested in some of these projects can learn more about them in varying ways that are hopefully accessible to a wide range of people. So then I'm going to sort of conclude by saying that we have a lot going on at KUCDD. I think some really exciting work. And what I've done in the last few minutes has just been a big high-level overview of some of those. We didn't want it to go into great detail and take a lot of time talking about every project. But what I hope we can communicate is that we have a lot of expertise at KUCDD. We're uniquely positioned as the only USED in the state of Kansas. And we're really, really interested in and committing to partnering with people in Kansas, like all of you in SEAC, to understand what more can we do to meet the needs of the state. And if we don't have a person that can help with that particular question, we will be committed to finding out how we can do that. So I'm going to sort of end it here. And I think there's only one other slide. It's in the packet that you got with more information about KUCDD. But what I would like to do is just stop sharing my screen right now so that we can have any kind of conversation about what KUCDD might be able to do for you. What are your thoughts around key training, dissemination, and research needs in your community? And what can we better do to support your needs across Kansas? All right, thanks. So I'll open it up for any. Oops, did I stop sharing? Yes, I did. You'd think I'd be really good at Zoom by now, but strangely, I'm still not.
And while everyone is thinking of questions, I just wanted to introduce myself. Hello, everyone. My name is Carrie Sjogren. I'm the director of KUCDD and was really happy to listen to the last part of Jenny's presentation. I'm sorry, I'm at another meeting, so had to jump on late, but I wanted to make sure to jump on to hear this conversation. So thanks for giving us the chance to talk to you today.
This is Marvin Miller. I just want to say thank you for some of the programs that you have. I, as a classroom teacher, use the Kansas Navigator series, I think, back when we had different online discussions with groups from around Kansas for about 8 weeks or 10 weeks, I think, in spring semester. So there are a lot of resources that you have and that we can, as an educator in the classroom, that I have found helpful. And so I just want to encourage everyone else to take a look at some of the different things you have, figure out how it can work in your community and your districts. And I want to thank you all for that.
Thank you.
Yeah, and I'll also add too, I'm so glad that you were able to participate in the Kansas Navigator series and benefited from that. On October 1st, actually, we're going to go live with the website from the Kansas Navigator series so that others can access all of those materials that were a part of those sessions, including some videos and worksheets on self-determination, supported decision-making, and other areas. We can make sure to share that link, or you can get there from our website.
Jennifer King. I just want to comment that that's so much information, and I took a ton of notes of things that I want to look up on your website and look into, and I think I can use professionally, or I can use personally. It's just that this is so much information. I don't have a lot of questions, but I want you to feel like that maybe there aren't a lot of questions because it's just so much great information. We just have to dig into it, I think, and others are feeling the same.
Yeah, it's a lot. So I appreciate that. And yeah, I think after you do maybe dig in a little bit, if you come up with something that, oh, I wish this was here, or I wish I knew more about that, please do reach out, because that's something that we're really hoping to do, is to build this out more and to be in partnership with all of you in identifying next steps and future directions.
And I was just going to second that emotion that was just given, because this is Lindsay Graff in the room. Every time I hear about the things that you guys are doing, I write something else down to go back and either give to this person or look into from that. And so there, like you said, there's a ton, and I wrote down something else again today and probably could have written down 5 to 10 more things. So again, thank you for your time. Greatly appreciated, and truly appreciate all that you're doing, as well as the time to share out with the field. So thank you.
Thank you.
It doesn't appear like we have any other comments in the room. I think that overwhelming feeling has hit us all. So again, thank you for what you do. Is there any other questions online? Well then, Jenny and Carrie, I want to thank you guys for doing this presentation. I think this is important to see what that birth to death lifespan looks like here in special education. We're a part of it, but you guys get to see the whole thing, and we're in the education field. We're a big part of making sure that our students have success as they move into the next parts of their life. And we appreciate what you do. So please keep in touch with us. I know that you'll send us some links, and then Kayla will be able to send those out to all of us and we can dig that into that further. So thank you.
Thank you, everybody.
Where's lunch, Claire?
So they went to the wrong building. So they're on their way.
Okay, well, I've got a couple of topics if I could. A couple of things I did want to mention. Carrie Rogers, who couldn't be here, she does our dynamic learning maps, our alternate assessment for our 1%. And she wanted everybody to know that finally we have an alternate ELL assessment. It took us forever to get our partners in CSAS to recognize that we have more than just a couple of students that need to be assessed. We received a letter from the federal government that said, you have till December of 2023 to take care of this, or we're putting conditions on you. So we worked with our attorney general counsel because there were two things that our partner in Wisconsin, who we are getting this program from, they did not want to sign the documents that Kansas requires for contracts. One was on sexual harassment, if you can believe that. And so we finally got waivers and we got it approved. So Carrie's very excited. We're very fortunate now to have an alternate ELP is what we're calling it, assessment. Another thing that we wanted to share with you, and I believe it's on the agenda, but I did want you to be thinking about it, is we have a legislative committee that's going to be meeting. And one of the things that they're doing is not the funding task force, which has set members, but rather we think on October 9th, we are going to have a couple of topics that are going to be asked of us to present on across the street at one of their legislative committee meetings. And there are two things that they're going to want us to present on. And one of them has to do with behaviors. Because they're hearing that students with ED and with behavior plans are telling teachers, you can't do anything to me in discipline because I have an IEP. And so we're going to have to go over and referee that. And the other thing that they want is they want to know if we have any policies that we as an agency would like for the legislature to take into consideration. And specifically, it says not funding. So we can't say fund 92%, which was my first one I was going to go with. But anyway, so if you as a SEAC have any ideas on any policies that you would like to see the state move forward on, then please send them to me. I'll bring them to my leadership team. We will discuss those. Yes, Carrie, do you have one?
So can you just talk to that the questions they're asking you are specifically in reference to the special education statute? They're asking for, are there changes that we need to make in the special education statute of Kansas?
Thanks, Carrie. That's a huge qualifier. But it would be related to serving students with disabilities and that section of the policies. So if you have any ideas on that, please let us know. And I don't know that we have this on here, Dean. Do we have transition grant on here? Do you want to?
We did not, but I would love to talk about that.
Yeah, well, we're waiting for the truck to arrive. It's lunch.
So, yeah, and I think you may have heard someone reference this even a little bit earlier, but this is still very, very recent news because it appears that OSERS, the Office of Special Education and Rehabilitative Services, is for whatever reason in a hurry to make a lot of grant awards in the next few days. We've seen a lot of pending grant awards that been made here just very recently. And one of the awards that came down the pipe was the different grant. There's many of them, Gary, there's too many signatures. No, it was the transition coordination pilot, grant that, this is the project that we've kind of spoken to this, to CIAC before about, just, oh gosh, just a month or so ago. July, yeah. So as a reminder, and we will have a more in-depth proper presentation and announcement for you at the next meeting. Again, we only just got the official announcement, but this is the grant that was a competitive grant to states that is supporting collaborative work amongst the Centers for Independent Livings in the state, in our case, DCF, KDAG, Kansas Rehabilitative Services. It has many mandatory partners, including the Department of Education. And the entire focus of the grant is to improve the quality of on-the-ground services to families and students to support secondary transition in a more effective way. Again, we'll give the fuller explanation and actually watch for it here in just the next within the next week. There'll be some some releases and some additional information that will come out, but we haven't even had a chance to present to our state board on it or others yet. So it's still very, very recent that this was announced. But a huge shout out to our particularly like our partners at the KUCBD and Evan Dean, played a huge part in helping to actually pull all the pieces together. But it really was a tremendous collaboration among the Centers for Independent Living across the state, as well as the different state agencies, and a number of folks that are in this room today and joining us on Zoom. It is a multi-year, 5-year grant, so it will run through 2028. That's what I'm thinking about. It'll run through 2028. This first year, 2023 to 24, is just the stand-up period. So we will be working through just the initial phase of identifying the specific communities that are geographically and demographically diverse throughout our state that we'll be initially piloting with, and then it'll ramp up over the course of those 5 years. So with the initial pilot, the actual on-the-ground work starting next year in the 2024-25 period, and then continuing through 2028. But the plan, as it's written and envisioned, really is something that's designed to continue on and to continue to grow even after that 2028 period, because it really is just developing best practices and then disseminating them, as well as building a better infrastructure for disseminating best practices and communication amongst both providers as well as families and students. So, and anyone else here who wants to add to it that was part of the project?
Thank you, Dean. That was a great overview, and we don't want to forget that our VR partners were involved in this process too. And we're a key player that when we were deciding who's going to handle the grant itself, it could have been VR or us, and we decided that it would be housed through KSDE. So it's very exciting when you get a grant of that size and a 5-year, multi-year that you can develop a process. So we're really excited about that. And do we have any idea where they were when they were delivering lunch?
Landon.
They were there. So they've got a little drive. They'll be here soon. And we will probably have lunch at 12. We'll just plan on being back at 12:45. Is that all right, Martin?
Yes, it is.
So why don't we break and you can have a little extended break, and we'll be eating at that cafeteria area, and where those tables and chairs are, they would prefer that we eat in there. And for you online, you get an extended break until 12:45, and we'll call it back together at 12:45. So stand up, get something to eat, walk around, answer emails, do whatever you normally do, and we'll see you in a little bit.
And even though they said a continental breakfast on the guide or
And I know we're not.
the code is free. And now they're saying, oh, it's still.
Yeah.
Guys, I got emails from Andy about every travel that I did yesterday saying, oh, breakfast still shit. Because they had more than one type of bread.
Yeah, we like have, like,
So since they had any kind of cheese, what the whole kind of.
this is.
And that email her back about letters real quick.
Oh, see, I don't know what to do with that. Yeah. Yeah, coordinator. And I things you share.
Well, thank you for enjoying lunch, the conversation at lunch. We had, was it Jason's Deli?
Yeah.
Okay, I've never had pasta from Jason's Deli before, so thank you for providing that. I'm glad that we had some time to sit down and discuss. So I'm glad everybody has come back from our lunchtime that's online as well. So we have one request to adjust the agenda, and that is to add a nap time, but as chair, unfortunately, while I agree, I'm gonna have to strike that out. So we will go ahead and begin with our next presentation. And this will be Brian Dempsey talk about our differentiated monitoring preparation.
Thank you. This will probably be the next two are my standing items for a while now. For differentiated monitoring and support, we are 1 year out from our on-site visit with OSEP, September of 2024. So we are working on a one-pager that I'll have Kayla send out to you when we get it done in the next couple of weeks to show you what we're going to do. We're breaking the next year into quarters. This first quarter from now through the end of the year will be an internal critical self-assessment of our website and our documentation. So we've had teams that have gathered answers to questions of the protocols. I didn't attach all the 10 or 15 slides I had historically. I think you have those and understand the process, but we've been doing that, but now we're just starting to fine tune and looking at what's on our website. And currently we have the National Center for Systemic Improvement, NCSI is a national provider. We'll be looking at our website from an external perspective and going through the same protocols. And then they'll be done, we anticipate by the end of November, early December, both of us wrapping up and then getting together and seeing what we find. So that's the first quarter. The second quarter, starting in January, will be staff looking at if there are documents identified through the website review that we need to update or add. We'll work on that. And then start working more with our stakeholders such as SEAC, parents, districts, and having conversations. And also starting to have internal conversations with the teams about not mock interviews, but start driving the conversation that way to prepare for OSEP's interview. That gets us through about March. OSEP approximately April, which is about 5 months before the on-site visit, will do their formal discovery, which will be a formal request for documents. They're probably looking at our website right now. They have, I think that's where they found the BI issue. They'll ask for documents, so they'll have documents, and if we've updated them, that's fine, we'll provide those. That happens in April. And then probably at that time, we'll start that quarter, we're looking at scheduling a mock interview for us from some providers, probably June-ish, July-ish, to prepare for the on-site visit. And then just getting ready for the on-site visit the rest of the summer as well, logistics and setting everything up. Throughout that entire second and third quarter and fourth, we'll be engaging with stakeholders, having these conversations, tightening up those conversations, talking about what our general supervision system looks like, how it relates to OSEP's requirements. So that's kind of it in a nutshell. So we've got a one-pager we're working on, and I'll have Kayla send that out so you have that. If you have any questions, just let me know. So November, I don't anticipate a long update. But if it's okay with SEAC, we can leave it on the agenda. If I have anything I can add, and I can keep it as short as needed. Are there any questions on DMS? I think I'm next up on the agenda. Do you just want me to keep going?
Yes.
Okay. So this is your SPP APR update for this meeting. We are gearing up, Carrie, Krista, and the team and I are gearing up for a big meeting in October with a lot of data and a lot of our indicators to review. Some of it will be preliminary data. So October is a heavy month. November will finish up all the, so by the end of November, we'll be through all the indicators. Early childhood, I think Julie's gone through some of hers now. To be ready for October. So November's meeting will be an update really on what we're seeing in the data. This meeting is just going to be talking about indicator 4. And then January will be the final update. As you know, we do that in January. We submit at the end of January. Carrie submits towards the end. It's due February 1. And so January will be more of a final review of where we're at. Oh, okay. So for today, I want to talk about indicator 4, which is the suspension expulsion indicator. This is not significant disproportionality. Most people refer to this as significant discrepancy. That's the measure. Kind of the backdrop is OSEP's focus on this with last year's submission. This isn't a Kansas issue. This is a national issue. OSEP started evaluating indicator 4 in the state submissions. And you'll see when we get into formula. So what they started noticing, it became a point of emphasis. So remember in the summer of 22, they issued guidance on discipline and it became a focus. And so this is just an ongoing emphasis of discipline and what we're doing. And what they noticed with indicator 4, a couple of things, but the bottom line for us is states weren't really identifying districts within their states to evaluate for significant discrepancy for discipline. So however they were measuring, it's not that the measurements were technically wrong, but most states were ending up not evaluating districts for significant discrepancy in discipline. So every state received a comment last year from OSEP. Look at your methodology, make sure it's reasonably calculated, provide us how you're doing it for the submission we're doing this year. And nobody was, there was no points taken away for indicator 4 last year. So that's where we're at. So we did that. So historically what we did, well, let's just walk through and I'll just talk about it as we go. So indicator 4 looks at the rates of suspension and expulsion. They talk about long-term suspension and expulsion. So it looks at students with disabilities that have been suspended or expelled more than 10 cumulative days in a school year. And that's the population we look at. And there's 2. So 4A is just overall for a district, students with disabilities, expulsion rate of long-term suspension or expulsion. And 4B is disaggregated by race or ethnicity. That's the big difference. 4A is a results oriented. 4B is compliance. So 4B's target will always be 0. And 4A, I think we set the target with this package at 0.7%. So how do we determine significant discrepancy? So this goes into what we're proposing to do with this submission moving forward, and we can talk about what we have done. But what we look at is every year we look at aggregated data to determine if significant discrepancies are occurring in the rate of long-term suspensions and expulsions of all children with disabilities among local LEAs in the state. So we compare an LEA with all the other LEAs in the state. The other way you can look at it is look at all your students with disabilities within an LEA with all students within that LEA. We don't do that because we don't collect that data. We don't collect discipline data on students without disabilities that we would need to do this measure. It's something I think we can talk about moving forward. It's just something we don't do now. So that's the first step, is we look at an LEA compared to all the LEAs across the state. Then you look at N size and cell size. So in Kansas, so cell size is the number of students with disabilities who were suspended or expelled for 10 or more cumulative days in a school year. Historically, we had a cell size of 10. So a district had to have 10 students with disabilities that met that cell size, and then have the N size of 30, which is at least 30 students with disabilities in that district. So for Kansas, I will tell you, this excluded a lot of our districts. Very few districts had 10 or more students with disabilities that they suspended 10 or more days, which means we're doing good work. But it also means we weren't evaluating districts. So our proposal moving forward is to drop the cell size to 0 and leave the N size at 30. And we've looked at scenarios of cell sizes, I think of 10 or less. And with 0, what we really capture is about 15 to 30 districts. So I think that's what OSEP is looking for. So part of their guidance was, we're seeing a lot of states not evaluating. One of the things the state needs to consider is how many districts are you evaluating? And we're seeing too many states with 0 or no, few or no districts. So this creates a scenario that we're evaluating some districts. Then the next step is, so significant discrepancy is, it's really about a variance. So how far out of the norm are you as a district in suspending or expelling your students with disabilities? So this isn't significant disproportionality. This is really, if this is the average, where are you? Historically, what we did in Kansas, we didn't establish our mean or our average. We picked 0. We thought 0% is pretty good. And anything above that, 2% or higher, historically was 5, we dropped it to 2%. We would think that that would be discrepant, and we would identify those districts. But because of the cell size, we did not really identify any districts. That's not one of the methodologies that OSEP talks about. And I will say there were about 9 or 10 states that did it the way we did it. Hadn't had any feedback, but when you look at the methodologies, and when OSEP's making this a point of emphasis this year, so we looked at that. We propose to do it by a factor of 3. There are states that do 3 to 5 or higher. I think guidance from OSEP 3 to 4 is pretty reasonable, is what we're hearing. When we run 3 or 4, we don't really get much of a variance in the numbers of districts that we see. So we went with 3. We think that's pretty safe, and that OSEP will be okay with that. Again, we're getting about 15 to 30 districts that we would evaluate out of 286. So we propose to set the threshold at 3 times our mean. So let's look at some scenarios. So 4A is all students. So step 1 is to figure out the suspension expulsion rate for the district. And so this, we just made up a district that had 24 students that were long-term suspended. They had 110 students with disabilities. So they met the cells, well, if we propose 0 for the cell, they had 24, and they met the N size of greater than 30. So they have a suspension rate of 21.8%. Step 2 is you look at the state mean suspension or expulsion rate. And so for this example, we came up with 42% overall aggregate rate across the state when we made up 700 districts. So that's a 6% long-term suspension rate for the state. So if we propose 3 times is discrepant. Step 3 is to come up with that. And so District 1 is more than 3 times the state mean rate. So they would be identified as somebody for significant discrepancy for 4A. Yeah. 4B is similar. But again, this is disaggregated data by race or ethnicity. So calculations are similar, but they're for race. So we chose Asian children for our district, and we had 15 Asian students who were long-term suspended. The district had 30 Asian students with disabilities, so they met the N size.
Methodologies and applied it to real world actual data from multiple years in the past. Of course, having just come off COVID, suspension expulsion rates are highly skewed in those years. So what we looked at was the 2018, 2019, and then 2021 school years to examine what the results would look like were we to run it in those years.
What this means for districts that are identified and deeming to carry can correct me, but it's also a review of their policies and procedures to ensure that their policies and procedures are not leading to the long-term suspensions. And also looking at making sure that they're implementing or developing IEPs. They're looking at the positive behavior interventions and supports. And there's a third, I can't remember, but it's geared towards positive behavior and addressing behavior issues and before they lead to long-term suspensions. So the proposal for you is to adopt cell size of 0, keep our N size at 10, and go to a factor of 3 above our state mean. I will tell you, these numbers are artificially high for Kansas. Our mean, I think, was 0.6%.
It's actually even less than that, because I have it pulled up, so it's, we did not think this through, did we? So, yeah, I think this is important context, because it's, when you're thinking about these numbers and look at this, understanding how rare this event is in Kansas for any student with disabilities to be suspended, out of school suspended, or expelled for greater than 10 days. So even looking at 2018 and looking at 2019, our last two quote unquote typical years before COVID, we had statewide means of 0.35% in 2018 and 0.49% in 2019. 2021, which we also looked at, was 0.12%, extremely low. But again, that's just coming out of COVID. A lot of people were still out of not physically coming to school at that time.
So that's why we weren't really hitting any districts. When you look at 2% above 0 as an average, you're just not going to hit any districts. So even 3 times the mean isn't really high. And I just want to emphasize what Dean just said. I wanted to close with that. This doesn't happen that often in Kansas. So we do really good work with our students. Questions?
Go ahead, questions? Brian, are you asking us to approve these numbers? Is that what you're asking for today? I don't see that, or is this just information?
I think it's just information. I keep talking about proposal, but I think this is what we plan to do. Unless there is an objection.
No, we can bring it back in November.
Yeah, right.
To make official.
Okay.
Right now, it's what we're proposing. So it's an information item today. Just like differentiated monitoring is information. We just didn't get those boxes checked for some reason.
But are there any questions about indicator 4?
Okay.
Good job.
Thank you. Thank you, Brian. Okay, got a couple unchecked boxes. So the next thing on our agenda is the Special Education Funding Task Force, which according to Twitter or X, I don't even know if it's scheduled anymore from all the feedback I saw on Saturday. So I'm hoping you have some updates for that.
The only thing that I heard is that they have scheduled one day that they will be meeting probably during the session, is what we're told now, versus meeting prior to the session. They have 3 days, is my understanding. There's 3 days, and that they're going to have hearings. 2 of them are going to be like the 2nd and 3rd of October, but they're not special ed related on the 2nd and the 3rd. These are items that are going to be discussed that they have for. There's some Craig issues. I know that Lori, I think, is going to be presenting. There's several items that are on that agenda. But the Special Ed Funding Task Force was formed because Christy Williams had requested that she be given and granted at least 1 day. And she wanted 2 or more, and they gave her 1, so that she could call a meeting to talk about special ed funding. And it's our understanding that this will be looking at what other states are doing to fund special education, how Kansas compares. There's debate over whether or not the 92% has been met or not, because KPI and Christie will say that they're funding special ed at 92%. If you'll just count all the things we help pay for, we'll be at 92%. So I'm very anxious, as well as everyone else in the field, to figure out what is it exactly the motivation and what the outcome will be. We know there's 10 members, and our previous SEAC member, Kathy Kirsten Ostenbrock, she is serving on that committee. And we also have the current teacher of the year, who is also a special educator.
I know we have a new teacher here.
Well,
Saturday, yeah.
Brian
Skinner.
Former.
Yes.
Brian Skinner.
I will see if this happens too quickly.
Tanner's now the teacher.
Thank you. So congratulations, Tanner. But we know that they're gonna be meeting at some point, and we think it's gonna be in January. And we don't know what the agenda is gonna look like, because it's usually late before they get that agenda out. I wish I had more I could share with you on it, but at this point in time, as you said, Marvin, what happened Saturday, you might want to tell the folks what happened Saturday.
I don't know what happened Saturday. I just know that there's plenty of activity on. That, does anyone else know? I just know it. There was just talk that they weren't gonna do it yet, and talk about cancellation, and then now I guess it's moved to January. That's all I.
KSDE was putting the Twitter out.
It probably was, yeah. So, I don't know what else.
Okay, well, I don't have a lot to share, so we're ahead on the agenda, and I hope everybody's pleased with that. Unless there's some questions online. Don't know that we can answer them because we don't have much information yet, but in November, we might know a little bit more. I do know we'll have that October 9th is what I was told will be the date where we're going to talk about the policy considerations, and also been asked to present some information on what our Kansas rules are for behavior and students that misbehave that have disabilities. So we've got lots of that we can share in the Kansas process handbook. So I don't have any difficulty sharing that. I'm sure we have charts and graphs in there as well, and they talk about manifestation reviews that come up and those sorts of things. So we'll have a lot we can present on that. I just don't know what the questions will be. And Carrie, I can tell you the shopping, just say something.
Typically, those meetings are broadcast, so if the legislative channel, so that if people want to have a YouTube channel. It's live stream. Live stream, there we go. That's the word I said before.
Okay, so if you, we'll send it out to SEAC when we get the official schedule and what's going to be discussed, so you'll all be aware of it. And if you get an opportunity and you want to listen in, you can. Thank you, Carrie. That was perfect. That's all we have.
Oh, goodness, yeah.
Okay, thank you, for Carrie, everybody else. Marvin Miller speaking again. We are moving on quickly on our agenda, so we'll move to any SEAC members' reports. This is a time for SEAC members to just tell us what they're doing in the field, if they've seen anything that they'd like to share, some good things, new things, and or if they've seen any things that they'd like us to start addressing, that they see some issues on the horizon. So I'm going to open it up to anyone online first. Okay, anyone in the room? Okay, there's a fast agenda item. Now we'll move to some ex officio member reports, and we usually have some more of these, and we're going to go in order of the agenda. So we will start with Leslie. Let me bring this over to you.
It was pulling it up for me. And then start thinking about a couple of other things. So a couple of things that I wanted to bring up. Positive, I want to bring up to please check out our website. It's going to continue to improve, but we're doing some fun things there. We've got, pretty soon we'll be able to have some modules for parents or whomever that you can get to right off of our website. But you can connect to our podcast that we're using with youth. You can also, our YouTube channel we're adding more and more to it as well. And I could send these links to Kayla maybe and she can get them out to people, but we're trying to do several video clips, just little short trainings for parents. It's, hard for parents to get out there sometimes. And so we're trying to develop a bigger library of things that they can do. Also, one of the things we've been hearing a lot about is Part C to Part B transition. So I just wanted to bring it up. I see some heads shaking, but just both from parents and from professionals calling with concerns that some of the children that they think should be qualifying for Part B either aren't getting into that loop of the evaluation or are being signed out earlier on and not making it to that. So it's been a common enough contact that I wanted to bring it up. Also, someone said this to me, we did a training yesterday, great group of people for an education advocate workshop. And one of the parents came up, she has a son who's 17 years old and she was just couldn't believe that she had never heard of us. And because I always tell them who we are and how we're connected, with even the IDEA statute, parent centers, what we are, and also that their parent rights and their IEP document, has our information on it. And so she mentioned that, yeah, she is seeing those things on there, like here's somebody you can call to help you understand this process. But no one ever has talked to her about it. No one ever mentioned it to her that, who these people are, what they might do, which I could totally understand, when you're busy and that's not going to happen at every meeting. But I just thought I would say it to encourage people, and maybe encourage the teachers and people you're working with to let the families know that we are there to help them. So maybe just let them know that it's an okay resource to reach out to, because sometimes it's hard to know if you don't know a little bit more about what someone does, how they might help. Because she was, excited to get to know us, but her son is 17 and she was, wow, I wish I had known you when he was a lot younger. So on the screen, I think that was all on that. So on the screen, this is just a quick look at what it looks like. This covers January through June, because I think the last time I gave one, it was maybe July through December. So I just like to go back and look. Honestly, it looks very similar because I always try to highlight if there are some big changes. Numbers wise, it looks pretty similar, and you can just scroll. You can see, you can see there that, on the left, well, my left, I guess, looking at it, it's, a lot of, when we break down our parent assistance with families, that's that tier 1, tier 2, tier 3 that I've talked about. And that's just in intensity. So a tier 1 is going to be a lot less intense than a tier 3. When you see tier 3 PTI, i.e. PMP, that means that that's one where we went to mentoring with them. And so it's a lot more involved. So we not only did a tier 3, but we also were at the meeting with the parents and did some follow-up with them. And when you see tier 3 KSDE IEP mentor, that's because we've been able to do more, we divide out, well, what's being done under PTI, what's being done under some of our partners, so that's that pie chart. And then on the right, I just think it's more easy to look at it and say, a lot of what we do is parent assistance. And that's what I always like to see, because that is what I feel like is the most important thing that we do. And then after that, the training piece. And we are working with more and more students, and I think that's going to continue to really grow, just because of some of the, I think, innovative things that we've been doing with especially our transition age students. So I'm excited about that. As far as if you scroll down, Kayla, most of this stayed pretty much the same. I think emotional, and it needs to be changed to disability, I see. So emotional disability flip-flop with other health impairment, but you can see they're one apart. So very, very similar. So the big thing on there, and I don't know if it jumps out to you guys, because I had to go back and redo our report. Because I was like, wait a minute, traumatic brain injury 50. So that was a huge jump. And I haven't had time, and I went back and redid the report, and indeed it came up again. It was that we had worked, had 50 consultations related to TBI. So I'm gonna go back and dig into that a little bit, because that was very different. I know we've had some contact, with the project that I'm not surprised to see increase, but that was just such a big jump. We do some work in Wichita at one of the clinics, with young, well, all of the age band, but a lot of them are younger children, and also, I don't know, I just gotta look at that one, but I left it up there because I checked it twice. Percentage wise on the other stuff, say pretty similar. I felt like our ethnicity breakdown was a little better last time. I always like to see it be a little bit more diverse there. But then if you go to that next page, you're gonna see on this next page that I did not, usually when I give you this, I have the 1 through 20 in like order of the number. And I didn't do that this time because I haven't had time, wanted to go back myself and look into it a little bit more, because you can tell when it's not doing that, but that's because something changed. So, if you look at like transition to adulthood, that tells me it went up, because it used to be I would start at the greatest number and work down. So there's been some movement, and it's not surprising that it's in that transition to adulthood, because if you keep going forward, Kayla, you'll see at the bottom right there, the supported decision-making, self-advocacy, that number jumped too. And so those kind of go hand in hand. The next little group is some of those that we've just been watching. And on those, the ones that jump that I didn't like to see jump as much, one of them was bullying. So that jumped, we had more calls than the 6 months prior to that. We are getting ready to do some things in October, since it's National Bullying Prevention Month, and we have a video that was done with one of our staff members, and then we're going to do some training that's going to be available for families via Zoom. So we're excited about that. The formal complaint number really jumped. I mentioned that to Brian actually yesterday when we were talking, and I put in parentheses just so you knew that 18 of that 108 were people calling about Section 504. So the other ones would have been related to IDEA. And what else? There's something else. ESI jumped, that number went up. So I need to go back and dig into that a little bit more. And Section 504, I think that was in the other list, but yeah, so those are some of the things that we've been getting a few more calls on just this past 6 months when compared to the previous 6 months. So I kind of always like to look and see where it's going. And then on the education advocate chart at the bottom, they just are so busy. And I don't know what happened to that March. It's kind of wonky, but I mean, they really are busy, because when you see those numbers, like if you just take January, that looks like a really heavy month. So you see 72 and 92, 164. That means they were actually touching an individual student related to that. And so, and that usually means more than one contact. It isn't like usually, well, we found out the student moved, or it's a new student or whatever. When you see 72 and then 25 new, that just means over 25 kids that were not in the system previously. And then the final, when it says 50 final, that just means they have either aged out or been adopted, or there's no longer a need for them to have an education advocate in place. It was exciting yesterday because we did have Brian and Ashley and Wayne at the training. And so they got to see our full day training that we do for education advocates and parents. So thank you for being there. It's great to have them there. And we also had one of the representatives. What was her name? She told me how to say her name, and it sounds like Hoagie, but it's not Hoagie, but that's how she explained it to me. So I pronounced it correctly. But I think she's from Olathe area. But yeah, it was just kind of cool to have lots of people there, and it was a great training. And I think that's it for me, unless you have questions.
Well, thank you, Leslie, for all the good work that Families Together is doing, and I'll put in my buzz for educator advocates too, and please help out. Let's see, we're gonna go ahead to online. Ashley ends with Casey. Would you like to give us an update?
Sure. Kayla, can I share my screen?
Yes.
Yeah.
There.
We can see it.
I lost my Zoom controls there for a second. Sorry about that. It switched sides on me. So I'm Ashley Enns. I'm the liaison for KC to SEAC. We are fortunate to have our president on SEAC as well in a different role, but Lena has been wonderful to work with and has put together some updates that we can share with you all. And I just wanted to highlight a few of these updates that she had put together. We are doing kind of a big membership push. A lot of times we see membership come up around conference, our winter conference, because then, you know, it's a different rate. But we're really pleased to see that membership continues to rise. And I think that is in no small part due to the efforts of our special ed advocacy and work with our legislative committee. And we've also revised our website. And so that has a lot of good information on it as well. And I'll pull that up here in just a moment. A couple of the highlights that actually most of you or previously had kind of come up. So I'm not going to go into great detail, but just let you know that KC is represented in some of these events that are coming up. Bert, you mentioned the Special Committee on Education meetings that are coming up October 2nd. 3rd, 9th, and 10th. And again, those are not necessarily specific to special education. It's education as a whole, but obviously special education falls under that umbrella. And so the legislative committee has signed up for times that they will actually be there and represent KC. And then there's other KC members who are invited to join that group as well to hear the information and just be those representatives. One thing I wanted to point out is that in KC, we have a representative for each of our regions. Is that pulling up the right screen? Can you see the calendar of events?
Yes.
Great, thank you. So right here, you can see our list of region representatives. And so those are from each of our 8 regions in the state. And they are kind of the leads for our meetings. They bring updates from KC to our regions. And they're also great contacts if there's anything that outside agencies would like to share with our groups, including KSDE or Families Together, any of those kinds of things. Those are our primary contacts if you have any interest in speaking with our region or coming and sharing information with those individuals as well. So I wanted to make sure that you guys knew that those would be those points of contact depending on the regions. I'll go back to the update. I did mention that we have a new website, which is great. It has all of the regions listed out so that you can see where your region might be if you're interested in contacting those people. And then also has all of the information about our conferences and other events that are coming up. And then last but not least, just kind of a calendar of events. We do have an executive board meeting that'll be coming up, a membership meeting also in October, and our winter conference will be in February. I thought I had another link on here. I apologize. One of the other things that has been started this year, just in those efforts to really create some well, I was going to say camaraderie. There's some camaraderie in there too, but some communication and collaboration amongst all of our administrators of special education in Kansas. We have something that's been called Connecting with KC. And so that's an opportunity, a new opportunity for our directors and other administrators in special education to get together and talk about some really important topics and timely topics that they otherwise wouldn't have the opportunity to hear from each other about. This last time we talked about due process and formal complaint procedures and some of the experiences that our administrators have had with those recently. And then coming up, we'll be talking about virtual schools and how those are affected by and affect special education services that we can offer for our students. So I will, Lena, if there's anything you want to add, please feel free to jump in. But super excited about this year and at KC. I think we've got a lot of really good new things that are coming up that'll help strengthen our advocacy network and also include other agencies so that we can continue this kind of journey together. Let me know if you have any questions. And like I said, Lena, please feel free to step in too.
Yep. No, I don't have anything, Ashley. Great job.
And Ashley, you're connecting with Casey is a link on the screen.
Oh, there it is. I totally missed it. Thank you. So I'll share this update with Kayla as well, so you guys have those links. The Casey website has a lot of that information as well.
Okay, thank you, Ashley, for that report. I'm not sure if Mike Burgess or Rocky Nichols.
I'm here.
Oh, there you are. Thank you, Mike. Didn't see your picture.
So, hey, everybody, and sorry, I've kind of been on and off a little bit today, but happy to be here with everybody. Just kind of give a general update of some of the things that we've been working on, probably predominantly transition and employment related for individuals with disabilities. But I think this group, hopefully, those are things that you all are interested in as well. So there has been just a huge amount of things going on, which is exciting on one front, but it's kind of daunting on the other. But I think just really optimistic about how many different activities, and I'm hopeful that we might be able to see some positive movement on several things that just haven't had a whole lot of movement, such as the supported employment rate, which is a big barrier to really truly pursuing competitive integrated employment opportunities for students with disabilities, young adults with disabilities, and adults. Sadly, we have the lowest supported employment rate in the nation. And it is actually lower than the day services rate. So you have a one-on-one rate that leads to outcomes that we want, which is a job in a competitive integrated setting, making at least minimum wage, but competitive with what others are making. And we pay less per unit than we do, and that's a one-on-one staffing ratio that doesn't include drive time. The day services rates typically provided in a congregate setting, and that's, so you have better staffing ratios, again, don't have the drive time, and yet for whatever reason, that one is higher than the one that has the outcomes that we want to pursue. So I've been at DRC 8 years, and we've known that's been an issue all along, yet for whatever reason, it hasn't been fixed. So on a positive note, the state did receive a grant over at KDADS, and they had some technical resources, including Lisa Mills, and I'm blanking on the other one. But they did some great work around that. The state has, KDADS has convened some working groups. And so I had the pleasure of participating in the supported employment work group. And we're trying to generate actionable recommendations for KDADS to be able to hopefully make improvements, because the rate is one half of the equation. What's billable is the other. And kind of, it's a bad combination that's not really workable. So I'm sure you're all shocked that we provide like more than 10 times the amount of day services that we do supported employment in a large part of, and that's no one's fault other than we have a faulty rate structure and service definitions. So I'm optimistic that we're finally going to get that fixed. There's also KDADS is just, they've closed, and I believe it's now announced, but they did an employment first RFP. So we were the first state in the nation to pass an employment first law. It says for individuals with disabilities, employment should be the first option. Yet, unfortunately, we haven't realized that, here we are 12 years later. And the good news is KDADS, they're making a meaningful step in that, and they used some of the enhanced FMAP money. They got during the pandemic, had an opportunity to get some additional funds that the feds made available through some of the federal legislation. And part of that is used for this at one-time RFP to help develop and implement recommendations to improve employment first in Kansas. And they have a great plan, I think, leading up to that RFP, and some really good things are going to happen that will hopefully move us more and more away from the use of 14C, which is the sub-minimum wage, and create more opportunities for competitive integrated employment. Also participate in the Transition Transformers group. There's some exciting things there. We have a couple of legislators who've become engaged in that group as well. And it's a good group of folks who are trying to transform transition. And so I think it's great to hear about some of the activities that are happening in that space as well. We're continuing to do work around the community supports waiver, which would be it would be a brand new waiver that would basically, you have individuals who don't need residential, who don't need overnight, but would otherwise qualify for the IDD waiver. This would be, in theory, a lower cost, probably geared more towards employment, transportation, and other supports that an individual might need. So this is especially relevant for transition age youth who may not need residential. And the idea being that we can hopefully implement that, provide the services those individuals need at a lower cost, and hopefully work at addressing the waiting list. Because for those of you who aren't aware, on the IDD waiver, the waiting list is now 10.5 years. When they just did a round of offer letters and the people were offered services, they signed up in January of 2013 is actually when those folks that just received offers are going to be receiving offers here over the next month or two. And that's really disheartening for folks. I mean, especially if you work in those communities that are trying to advise people around transition, because as we know, a lot of individuals with developmental disabilities, their transition is from the school setting where they're receiving great services to the couch in the basement, because they're just on the waiting list. And so I think that's going to be one of the tools that's going to help do that. Along the lines for the waiting list too, we're also advocating strongly, and I think there's a lot of support building to address capacity on the IDD waiver and help move reduce both waiting lists by funding some additional waiver slots on both the IDD and the physical disability waiting list. One other thing that's kind of taken up a ton of time here recently, so with the unwinding of the public health emergency, during that PHE, there was a halt on the redetermination process. So anyone who was in Medicaid, they weren't doing the annual reviews and they weren't doing the redeterminations. So Kansas started that up and they processed 1 month. There were a lot of hiccups. And so now they've kind of paused that. They're trying to work through, because it came to light that they were out of compliance with a few things that CMS required. There are certain situations where an individual should be automatically eligible. They call that an ex parte process. And we weren't, due to our systems, it's not a people problem, it's a systems problem. The systems weren't set up to be able to make that happen automatically. And I think they're now going to do that, and they're getting close to processing the second month, of a 12-month thing. But we're really watching it, because we noticed the number served on the IDD waiver has been very consistent. It's been around 9,050 for years. And it dropped by about 170 starting in May, which is right when they did that first round, that first month of the redetermination process. So we're trying to dig in. And unfortunately, this isn't an easy answer, because KDHE has part of the Kansas Department of Health and Environment is part of the information. KDADS has part of the information, and we're trying to get them to work together to figure out why these 170 people suddenly lost their services. And more importantly, what we can do, because that's a very unusual situation where that would drop that much over 1 month. So other exciting news, we have developed, and many of you are aware of it, we have a transition planning app where a student can sit down, answer about 15 pages worth of questions, and it generates a draft transition plan that they can take to their IEP team meeting. So we have developed that for a number of other states have reached out to us, and we've been done it, I think, in about 8 states so far. And we have 3 more states that we're just starting projects with those. And so that's really exciting doing that. And probably more importantly, one of our existing longtime partners in Wisconsin, the Wisconsin Department of Education up there, we're going to create a Spanish version of it for them. And so this is a fun collaboration that we're doing with them that will be a whole new feature set for new language to our existing app. And so hoping that once we have that we're designing that in a way that we can hopefully roll it out to other states as well, as those allow. And then one other thing I just wanted to mention is, I talked about it before, we're obviously very interested in the transfer of rights and how we can pursue alternatives to guardianship and help get out information about alternatives to guardianship, including supported decision making. So I shared it previously. We had the I Decide Kansas is kind of a microsite that we created with information and including, like a 3.5-minute video on supported decision making. It's a good supported decision making 101 type of resource. And I'll post that here in the chat here in a minute. But we would love if you have folks that are interested in having a speaker. We can help coordinate speakers. It wouldn't necessarily be us, but we work with the Self Advocate Coalition. The KU Center on Developmental Disabilities has some great resources as well. Families Together is a great resource on it. But we'd be happy to kind of help try and coordinate a speaker or team or panel of speakers to talk to your group and help get the word out about supported decision making. But if you have any other local resources that you're aware of that we may not, we definitely welcome that too, because we do link. It's kind of the I Decide Kansas. There's an amazing amount of resources out there. It can be daunting, and so it's kind of like I said, more of a 101 type of a resource with a highly curated list of local resources or things that we think might be relevant for a family member, for a teacher, for an attorney or judge, and other key constituencies as we're trying to spread the word about supported decision making and make sure that, that like the guardianship law already says, that all reasonable alternatives have been tried and failed before they jump to guardianship. So anyways, that's my update. And I guess I'm happy to answer any questions if anyone has any.
Okay, not seeing, hearing, or any questions. Thank you, Mike. Always good to get updates from your field. Say hi to Rocky for us.
Will do. Thanks.
Next up is our Kansas State Board of Education member, Jim McNeese. Welcome.
Well, thank you very much. It's been an interesting meeting. From the state board perspective, we haven't messed around or done anything to cause you harm recently. I don't think. Are we okay?
We're holding our seats.
Well, one of the questions I have for you on your legislative task force front is there in the legislative task force, who's representing SEAC on that legislative task force?
I'll let Bert answer that question.
That would be me. Yeah.
Okay.
We really have not received anything requesting SEAC participation. I've received from Craig information and Gabrielle information with the 2 questions, and then we're supposed to get together sometime, but that's all I know at this point, Jim.
Yeah, as you know, there's the leadership of the task force has had criticism of, funding and spending on special education, but generally all education. And that doesn't bode well for what might be the results of this task force. So I'm we're very concerned about it. Now on SEAC, I think, is Melanie Haas on? She's involved?
She's not a member of SEAC.
No, okay.
That they've involved her at all in this because I haven't seen anything come from the board.
Okay. I guess another question I have is at the local districts, KISA, our accreditation process, have the folks in special education been involved with that process in the districts?
I think if they attended curriculum directors meeting, if they've been to any of the service center meetings that KISA has been on the agenda, they would have been involved, but I don't think there's been an outreach yet to meet directly with the leadership of Casey. So Lena, I know you're on here. Have you had any information about KISA?
No, there's been no information about KISA come to Casey. As a local director with 5 school districts, not a one of them has asked me any questions regarding their KISA accreditation.
I don't want to open up a can of worms, but in the accreditation process, I think it would be very important that, special needs students in their, and the programs that they participate in would be part of KISA. Just a thought.
No one's objecting, Jim. I think we're all in agreement.
I just don't know if, I agree. Any questions for me about the state board?
Yes, we have one. Just a minute.
Okay. I only have a minute.
I'm 10 seconds out.
Jim, it's my understanding that KISA is being done in-house with staff at KSDE. So then that would bode to where there isn't that external input has not been gathered.
We'll make sure we talk about it.
Went to the AAC, and our last meeting was pretty extensive, and they did gather a lot of input from the folks on the AAC, but I don't know that they're going outside of that.
Okay.
What we've been told, Jim, is that they will unveil or provide clarity October the 27th, which is the next curriculum. I'm sorry, it's KSDE Great Ideas Conference. It's that Friday. They're supposed to be dedicating time to talk about KISA at the Great Ideas Conference in October.
Is that in Wichita?
Unveiling is what we've been told.
The unveiling, great. Love unveilings. Is that going to be in Wichita?
Yes.
It is.
Okay. I'll make a point to be there. Anything else?
Anybody have any questions online?
I love wait time.
Not seeing anything. Jim, thank you for the work you're doing to support the work here in Kansas for the state board. I know it's been challenging, but we really appreciate what you're doing.
Well, my last comment will be, a year from now, we're going to be in state board elections.
Oh, boy.
And I won't criticize any of our state board members, but there are 2 things that concern me. One is that candidates are running who are generally unaware and opposed to public education, or not supportive of public education. And these candidates are coming forward, and I think special ed, and I think all public school education is going to be a big topic in the next election. So there'll be new board members coming on, 6, not new, but I'm not sure, but I think all but 1 might be new. I will not be running, but have a very capable and qualified and great guy who's going to run. He just hasn't announced yet.
Great, thank you for doing that recruitment.
Well, it's really important that we recruit people who are pro public education and pro kids, but at the same time, we need to have knowledgeable people in there who can lead as well as participate, 100% in the board activities. It's just really important. So support our candidates with your vote, with your telling everyone to vote, and if possible, with your dollars. Thank you.
Thanks, Jim.
Thank you, Jim.
My turn.
Yes.
Thank you, Bert. I'm John with the School for the Blind, and just a quick update. It's good to be here today. and see some of you again. We're having, I think some good success with changing our programs and revitalizing what we do. We have a small campus, about 50 students in KCK. We're a short-term intensive placement option for school districts, so we partner with schools. And those numbers are low by design, but there's 800 kids in the state, border to border, who receive services from our school, predominantly with our outreach teams. And so we're excited about that. Those numbers continue to grow. With teacher shortages, we continue to see greater demand for that, which is great. There are really over 1,500 kids in the state, birth to 21, who's have enough vision loss that it impacts their education. So the numbers are small but significant for sure. Want to thank the department. We published just a one-pager really to say, what do we offer? You can talk a lot, you can put a lot of words online, you can have a great website, but people don't know about you. So we did work with the department and come up with a one-pager. So hopefully that will help people find out what we do and educate and inform. We're providing services to over 100 school districts out of the 286 in some way or another are asking for our help. We are a part of the KISA Advisory Council. We got a chance to be a part of that, mostly for the state and special schools. There are a number of schools that are either state schools or special schools for the deaf is the other state school, of course, but KISA doesn't always fit those schools. So credit to the department for recognizing that. We're not representing SEAC, of course, it's just our schools, but hopefully through that process, it can open up the door to some other ideas or conversation about how do we recognize the contribution to special ed agencies and support groups. So we're looking forward to that unveiling, I guess, in October and November. We did partner this year with the KSDE. They had an enhancement from the legislature, and they are partnering with us to provide services to birth to 3. So we have an entirely new program to serve children birth to 3 called Families, Infant, and Toddler. 7 teachers, students with visual impairments, and a coordinator who are already on the ground providing services to, in conjunction with family service coordinators at the local level for those who desire it or need it or want it. It's totally free, which is great, and it doesn't take money away from the system, which is also good. So we're excited about that. Our field services serve 3 to 21. So those, we have even more teachers serving kids out in the field and a lot of direct services, Braille instruction, cane skills, attending IEP meetings, and so forth. So that's been a lot of fun. We do trainings for regular education teachers too. At the beginning of the year, we worked with the DeSoto School District in Shawnee, Michigan. I think we had 125 teachers attend that. What do I do if I have a child in my school or classroom? What can I do? So those have been popular. We have a vision symposium in Wichita, October 27th. We have 150 registrants for that. So special ed teachers, vision teachers, directors of SPED, paraprofessionals are welcome to that. So if you're interested, please contact us. We'd like to add you to the list. And we're having a lot of fun with, I think, meaningful, interesting activities for our kids. We've really focused on STEM, taking accessible STEM out into public schools. Mostly regular education students come to these activities. We have a van, we load them up with STEM equipment. We borrow the gym for a day, and then kids come and do stations where they learn a little bit about blindness. We'll put them under blindfold. We will let them type their name in Braille. But then we talk about STEM and how do you make that accessible for all kids with disabilities, not just kids who are blind. It's been very popular and fun. And then we partnered with a group called Make 48 to do inventors competitions on our campus. So we have kids coming to ideate and work with businesses, team captains. So they have a prototype that they make that matches a design challenge. They have to create that in 48 hours. They have to present that. They're applying their skills. And then the judges will award a winner. And then they go on to nationals. It's actually a TV show on This Old House Makerspace channel. If you ever watch that, our kids will be on there. There's a nationals competition in November. And then we're going to do another one in April and invite other schools for the blind across the country to compete with us. And hopefully Kansas comes out on top. I've got a challenge out to Texas right now, but having a lot of fun with that. Blind sports is another thing we're really getting into. People want to know how to make physical fitness activities accessible for all kids with disabilities, but especially kids who are blind. So we've partnered with some agencies to make blind soccer a thing. We're having a new pitch built on our infield of our track, and then we take equipment across the state. Sometimes the most popular workshops are those for adaptive PE. There's a lot of hunger and interest in, I guess, in how do I make my PE classes accessible? So we're doing a lot of those. Got some bright young teachers who help us with that. We won an award from Microsoft Teals around computer science. We're the first school for the blind to create an accessible computer science program for kids who are blind or low vision. And we want more kids to be a part of that. Sometimes we make an innovation that nobody knows about it. It's a small group, but they awarded us with the Founders Award. Kevin Wang was the person who founded this program. They really work with regular educators across the nation in developing and building capacity for computer science, but we wanted to be a part of that. And then a lot of people were curious about our Braille bean, the best coffee never seen last time I mentioned that. So now we've consolidated that. We bought a big roaster. We had no idea how to use it. So we had Danny O'Neill, who started the roastery, come out and show us how to titrate beans. They were flying all over the place. But our kids with life skills, kids who are really on our campus working, they're not in Project Search right now. They're not going to college. They're 18 to 21. They're working on independent living skills and building communication and becoming more independent. They're actually running our Braille bean coffee business. So they roast green beans. They bag those beans, they put them in special stickers on them. They deliver those to different places in town. You can buy them on our Square site. So we're not competing with the roastery, but we're having a lot of fun with it. And I think we're building real world, meaningful, interesting skills for kids. So just a short update. Thank you for listening and thanks for having me today.
That's great information. Thanks, John.
Thank you, John. We have
Luann had to step away, so
Okay.
she won't be here for the update.
Okay, Delia, I guess it's your turn.
I don't have a good teacher voice, but I'll use the microphone. Thank you for having me here today, and I'm sorry that I was tardy. I went all the way to Wichita and then came back, so. Anyway, but I'm here, and last month our last meeting, I had shared a little bit, one of the funnest parts of my job is really supporting educators from the whole teaching continuum, from early career, actually from high school exploration of teaching all the way to national board certification. I had shared our competition that we did last year, and we have one that's featured every year on research of learning disabilities. And the new competitions have been announced. We're going to be hosting our regional conferences, and I encourage you to come out. We're always looking for people to judge our students' competitions, especially around the special needs area. Students will be researching about specifically on dyscalculia. Did I say that right? Dyscalculia. And right now I was visiting, I get a chance to go visit high school students who have just selected their project that they're going to be working on. And they said, we're not finding a lot of resources. Our national organization, PDK, has put a link in there for them from the IDEAamerica.org disabilities specifically for this area, but they're saying we're not having very much. So I said, well, some of your best resources are to find a special ed teacher, do an interview. So please let me know if that's something that our students can reach out to. They prepare these competitions. They start working with their teachers, and the purpose is really to work collaboratively to learn about specific learning challenges and to produce research supported paper. They'll do a presentation at a regional conference, a state conference, and then going on to nationals. Nationals this year will be in Washington, DC. Our state conference will be at Ottawa University, and our regional conference is November 1st on both of them. We'll be in Wichita at the AMAC Center, and the other will be at MNU. Our state conference will be at Ottawa University, February 7th. So we welcome you to come and be a judge. Just reach out to me and I'll answer any questions that you might have.
Well, thank you, Adelia, for giving that update for us. I'm glad to see we have people who still want to enter the teaching profession. It's a good profession to be in, and we need more. I think we will move on to our second to last item on our agenda then, unless there's anybody else with any other updates they would like to share. Okay. Then I think it's gonna be, we're gonna move on to any items for the November SEAC agenda. If anybody would like to let us know what we'd like to talk about. We've got some other things. I'll do this first.
I know for sure we'll bring back what happens during these committee meetings. And if there's anything that we need to discuss with you, we'll do that at that time. We'll also bring back the indicator 4B and ask you to take action once we have confirmed that that's what we as a state want to recommend that we submit to OSEP. And on that fact, I think it's pretty sad if we look at students being suspended or expelled for more than, doesn't say up to, more than 10 days, if we're looking at anything less than that 0 qualifier. I think we in the state thought we were doing a service by using a 2 in the past. And it made us take a good look at that and figure out, you know, we're missing students that are not receiving services. And we really need to make that a priority so that people really have to reflect on when they're being significantly discrepant. So I know we'll do that. The transition grant, will we need to maybe do an update on the transition grant?
We'll do a more complete update on where things are at, where we're going, everything.
Okay, so we'll have the transition grant. Normally, 2 standing items are going to be the state performance plan. If we have any indicator targets that we need to bring to you, then you are the group that we typically bring the targets to give us permission to move those forward. And then Brian always does a great job with the differentiated monitoring, keeping you abreast of whatever we find out. I hate to say this, but I'm going to, with the government shutdown for sure, then we need to look at anything that may come up or ramifications for our state that could be impacting students with disabilities as a result of however long that process takes to get us back up and running again. I think those are the ones. And then I'm also thinking that if Jennifer, Marvin, or Lindsay go to the Tri-State Law Conference, that you may want to give an update at that point about what you learned during Tri-State. Now, what else did I miss, Carrie and Dean and Brian, that we think we need to bring back? I know Dean's got something.
You want to since you at least, you mentioned let's call it the impending federal government shutdown. I know we're in the process of being in communication with our school finance team and others back at the department. And I think there's a couple of things that we're going to send out to districts just from an awareness standpoint. And so just as a quick FYI for you all, the thing that's probably most important for everyone here to understand is that at least with respect to IDA, federal education funding, as well as most of the other education funding that schools and districts receive, will not be impacted at all by the federal government shutdown. Certainly not in the short term, and even for those funds, we're talking really well into next year before there could ever be an issue. That's not to say there aren't other places that students and families will feel a very immediate impact. It just won't be directly from the education side of things. So we do want to make clear that IDA funding is not stopping tomorrow. KSDE, the federally funded personnel like myself and actually just about all of us, we're still going to be working. We still get paid, but it does mean that, for instance, the new grant that we were just awarded, the Kansas Youth Transition Network grant, we have a
an orientation meeting, among all the states have an orientation meeting scheduled for October 10th with the U.S. Department of Education. If the government is not funded, that likely won't happen because those folks are actually prohibited by law from even checking their email. So there will be an impact, but the day-to-day lives of children, at least from the education standpoint, shouldn't be impacted.
It's against the law.
And we'll find out.
For them to try to help someone, even if it's part.
Yeah, and Carrie's right. If you're a federal employee and you're impacted, the only ones who will be called to work are those that are security type personnel that are required to keep things safe, that sort of thing. But then again, if they're not getting paid, I could see them calling in sick, not showing up, because if you're not getting paid, then why would you go in and do the job? We're also gonna have families impacted, some that are living job to mouth, so to speak. They may be qualifying for free meals, they may need benefits. I mean, there's a lot of issues that we're gonna be dealing with. The only reason I bring that up is in November, we can see if there has been any negative impact that we need to address. I think those are the items that I had, and then I'll work with Marvin and Lindsay and Jennifer and setting the agenda. The other thing we'll need to do is look at our membership so that when we get these new members selected, which hopefully we'll have a membership meeting, we'll have candidate pool, then we'll have those to recommend to you and bring to you for your approval. And then we go to the state board from there and have the state board approve them. And that's all I can think of. Kayla, can you think of anything that we've left out?
I think that's it.
Okay, so if there's anything else, we'll bring it back to you. But do any of you have an agenda item that you want us to discuss as SEAC?
Hey Bert, it's Lena. So I have a couple things and you tell me if they're not SEAC appropriate, no big deal. One of the things I guess I would like to hear more about, because I'm hearing it in the field, are the number of kids that are enrolling in virtual schools that have special needs. And, you know, some of the difficulties with some of the districts that are contracting with private companies to open these virtual schools. I would just be curious if we have some data regarding the number of kids with disabilities that are now attending virtual schools versus brick and mortar. I think there's some questions about what service delivery looks like. And I know as Casey, we're going to be addressing that. But, you know, my information is more local and regional. And I would be curious just at the state, across the state, what people are seeing there. And then the other piece that I think is important that we haven't really talked about is with the reauthorization for, well, not really reauthorization, but kids on Medicaid having to requalify. I know a bunch of families were no longer eligible. And I'm just kind of curious where we're at with that process overall as a state. And if there's anything as SEAC members that we need to be doing to support our families to make sure that they're getting, you know, that paperwork completed so kids are not missing out on those services. Because certainly there's also fiscal implications for districts with Medicaid reimbursable services if the kids are being dropped from Medicaid.
Lena, you brought up two great issues that we can add to the agenda. I can get you virtual information. I think SEAC needs to be aware of this. We do have a virtual fact document FAQ out, which describes what services must be provided and how they can be provided in a virtual environment. Students are not guaranteed the services they would get in-house. The agency has to have an IEP ready, willing, and able if the child should re-enroll, but at the same time, they talk about what can be provided or could be provided in that virtual environment, and it is not the same. And the parent is accepting that. So we can bring back the virtual. I can get you numbers. I can tell you how many agencies, and we can find out those numbers because the data should be reflected in the September 20th head count. And as far as Medicaid, we can get someone who can come and present on that issue. I'm thinking about a previous legislator who stays very engaged and involved in the Medicaid issues. And I think if we ask that individual, then that individual may be able to provide us with some really good information to help us get information out to the field. How's that?
Yeah, I think that sounds great, Bert. And I'll just mention one of the other things that, we're struggling with on the virtual is we're starting to see where kids are part-time virtual and part-time in person. And that's making it difficult to figure out what those IEP services look like. And then, locally, I'm seeing more my personal virtual school, one of them offering a lot of in-person services. And I know that, part of the virtual regulations are that you offer opportunities, but I guess I'm beginning to question, what does virtual look like? Because Kansas doesn't offer hybrid, and I'm feeling like we're coming close to crossing that line between what's virtual and what's hybrid. And I think there's some confusion in the field at what that looks like and what does that mean for special education.
Lena, that's an outstanding subject and we do need to deep dive it. So I'll work with Marvin and Lindsay and Jennifer to make sure that gets on the agenda.
Thank
Does
you.
Anyone else have topics that they would like addressed by CF? Really appreciate your commitment to service and showing up today. For those in person, for those hybrid, there's no punishment for not being here in person because we want your voice. We want you to participate. Please let us know quicker next time if you have no audio or visual so we can get you connected, because we just thought you were with us and then we found out you weren't. So if you email Kayla during the presentation and say, I can't hear or I'm not seeing anything, then we'll make sure that we get reconnected quicker next time, and we apologize for that. I want to thank Marvin for running a great meeting today. I want to thank Kayla for the food because it was outstanding, I think. And hopefully she can meet that requirement next time and it won't be delivered to the wrong place. And that was not her fault, so I don't want to blame her. And I want to thank Alicia for helping to take the minutes, because this is a monstrous job to get all of this tabulated and put in booklet form so we can report it out. And I'm gonna give it back to you, Marvin, so you can close.
Thank you, Bert. The only penalty that you guys had online is you did not get some of those good brownies and cookies we had lunch. Let's go ahead and take a motion to adjourn. I think we may have a goal or may not. It doesn't matter, I guess, but if you would like to adjourn, say aye. Or I'm sorry, I do have a motion. Who would like the motion?
This is Lindsay Graff. I'll make a motion to adjourn.
And a second?
Second.
I heard a second, so thank you, Zay. And everybody in favor, say aye. All opposed? Okay. Think that's unanimous. Thank you, guys. We will see you in November.